May I just check first with the committee support if we have got the correct numbers to proceed, just to confirm.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members already on the platform. Yes, Chair, we have enough members to can start, and actually we do correct, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. That having been confirmed, we'll then start with our meeting. The time is now 9 o'clock. The time scheduled for our meeting is the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor in the National Assembly. I will therefore, without waste of time, dispense with the formalities on convening meetings on the platform. As I said, as a committee of the National Assembly, you are bound by rules of the National Assembly, including rules on convening meetings on this platform. Honorable members and all participants on muted until the time when you are recognized by the chairperson. At that time, you will then proceed to unmute your mic and unmute your video and continue to speak. In a situation where you are experiencing connectivity challenges, you'll then indicate for the permission of the chairperson to switch off your video camera so as to maximize your bandwidth and continue to speak. Noted will be that from time to time, there may be those that lose connectivity and would have to reconnect back to the platform. Please ensure at all times as you reconnect to the platform that your video camera is muted and your mic is muted, and as mics are sensitive and could therefore pick up background sounds that can disrupt a member that may be on the platform and the meeting. Honorable members, the rules provide for point of orders to be raised. You are therefore advised that you have to raise your hand using your gadget to raise for the point of order. And at that point, the chair will then recognize you. In a situation where the chair is unable to see your hand, committee support will also advise the chairperson, at which point the chair will then proceed to give you an opportunity. Only at that time that you would unmute your mic and unmute your video, continue to raise the point of order on which the chairperson could rule upon in terms of the rules. We are further advised not to raise unnecessary point of orders to a point where the meeting collapses on this platform. These are, honorable members, the basics in us being able to conduct the business of the committee, looking at quality of the time that we spend on it. Having said so, and having had confirmation that we do have a quorum to proceed, may I now check with the committee support if there are apologies that would have been received by committee support.
Morning once more, Chair. Chair, I have not received any apology at all, both from the committee and also from the department. Nothing, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I take it that then, honorable members, we do not have the apologies on the part of the committee. I will then check if there are apologies that members want to record, which may have not gone through the committee support. I will deal with the other part that relates to the department. It would appear that there's nothing from the members. I do note, though, honorable members, that we are meeting on the sidelines of many plenaries that are hybrid, which may require maybe other members who participate in the other committees to also attend physically, including other members. So I do appreciate that you've been able to make the time. Given that reality and the fact that we also need to adopt our report so as it to be 80 seat and give us the readiness for the budget vote debate on the 19th, which is next week, Tuesday, that we had to rework the agenda, that we start with that item, so that by the time those members who will have limitations of participation, given that they may be physically attending, would have processed the report of the committee and only take the presentations from the department from 10, the latest. So for that reason, we may want to entertain apologies also from the side of the department only at the time that would have been communicated to them to be able to log in the meeting. However, those that may have not got the message on time, they are still welcomed to be on the call, as meetings of the Committee of Parliament are also open to the public in any way. So let me then at least dispense with that. Having said so, and the meeting correcting, you are now officially welcomed. We also welcome civil society structures that have logged in as a way of following, but also evaluating the work we do in the committee work, like PMG. I've seen that they've logged in. We also acknowledge members of society who really follow deliberations of Parliament from different locations in the country on platforms that are made possible by Parliament. So with that having been said, honorable members, we will then get straight to the items. As I said, we'll start with the item on the draft report that has been prepared by committee support, capturing the deliberations we've had as we have been looking at assessing the APPs and preparing for the budget vote, as I said. Committee support, if the report could be flighted, and we go through it as we usually do. Yeah, it is, unless it's on my side. It's not on slideshow. As a result, it looks to be quite small, the font to follow. Yeah, better. I'm not sure if honorable members, you can now see. I take it that you can see, then we can proceed.
Here,
We
Chair, where
are
we
now
have
on the part of the observations and recommendations, starting with the department. And I'm sure honorable members would remember that we set for ease of reference and follow up when we do oversight, that we have to link the observation to a recommendation that we make. Hence, we continue now to have our reports in a tabular form. We are now on the department on page 42. We'll go down. Members who would want to raise any corrections or additions on the part of the department will then raise their hands. May I just check if there are members who would want to raise a point on the report of the department. Okay, unless members would want to come back to that. We'll now get to SCE. Let me start first with members. If there's anything on page 44 on corrections and so on, maybe you can deal with additions later. We now get to the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, so CMA, whether there are corrections to be made in this regard. Can proceed. We are now on the network. We get to Productivity South Africa. Again, we are dealing with corrections or amendments on what has been put forward. On the UIF, on the compensation fund, if there are any corrections to make. This is the report is drafted and submitted by the committee support. Of course, I'm just now going back to the department so that if members have no additions to make, I then make the submissions I needed to make. I do see that there are members who are indicating struggling with network. Honorable Mukwili, so she's in the meeting, but I think a struggle with network. If there are submissions she needed to make, she would either put it on the chat or at least direct them to the chair for the final report to take that into account. Honorable Basson was also struggling to get in, but from what I see in the group, she should be now on the platform. So I've created the space for also those reasons. Can we get back to the department? Having noted that there are no corrections on what has been submitted, if we can just look at additions to make. There's the bullet point that starts with ICT modernization. In the department. Yeah, on that part, we just need to put an additional point that ICT, as an observation, ICT infrastructure challenges and systems rolls back, disrupt service delivery and data tracking, and would therefore make a submission there on recommendation that we prioritize ICT infrastructure upgrades and include critical power backup systems in budget planning to support digital transformation. So that will be one submission. Of course, I'll forward the submissions in writing just to save the time, but I'm placing them on record so that in the final report, they are understood. Just below the last one that talks to rural vulnerable communities, continue right at the bottom where it talks rural on page 44. Yes, just after that last one. Then make the submission again. That one, procurement from women, youth, and people living with disabilities groups faces challenges due to limited business availability. That's an observation. And that we develop partnerships to support business development within these groups to meet procurement goals. The next point, as an observation, consequent management cases sometimes delay resolution, impacting accountability. And as a recommendation, we need to streamline case management procedures to maintain finalization within 90 days. The last submission to make on that one is to add another point. Cybersecurity strategy implementation is critical for protecting departmental services. That's observation. And then want prioritize training and regular reviews to maintain 90% compliance with CIS controls. So those would be submissions with regard to the department in the absence of submissions on this part. We'll then move to the next one and check if...
Honorable Chair, my hand has been up.
Yes, I'm sure that is because I was still reading the submission, so I was looking down. Honorable Nonzela, on which one you want to make a submission? on the department or SCE?
On the SEEs, Honorable Chair.
Okay, we are on the SCE now, so you can proceed to make submissions.
Chair, firstly, let me appreciate the draft report and the submissions you have already proposed, and also in full support of that. With regard to SEE, the last two bullets on the areas that are noted on the last two bullets, we add the incomplete or inaccurate financial records contribute to audit qualification. And then the response, proposed action, implement rigorous financial data verification and training for staff to ensure accuracy. And then on the second one would be the lack of timely submission of supporting documentation limits audit scope, which impacts on the positive outcomes that are supposed to be continuously observed or achieved. And then the proposed formulation in terms of the action would be to establish strict internal deadlines and monitoring for document submission before audit periods. That would be my submission, Honorable Chair, with regard to SEE.
May I just check then if there are further submissions on SEE? If not, we'll then move to the next, being the CCMA. Are there submissions to make on CCMA?
Yes, Chair. I have again the last three on the block of the CCMA. The last three. The first one, that is with regard to essential services disputes that require timely intervention to prevent disruption in critical sectors. In the proposed formulation with regard to the action to be taken is it will read as follows: increase frequency of proactive monitoring and early dispute resolution efforts to maintain service continuity. I hope that has been captured. On the second bullet, that is around engagement with entities to maintain minimum service levels during industrial action is critical, but currently limited. That is the impact currently observed. And then with regard to proposed action, is that the formulation would read as follows: expand partnerships and communication channel with essential service providers to ensure compliance with minimum service agreements. That is with regard to issues that relate to maintenance of essential services, notwithstanding the environment. The last one is around the issue of awareness sessions on essential services designations that are vital for stakeholder understanding but can be enhanced. Then the proposed formulation would be with regard to the action to be taken, implement targeted and frequent awareness campaigns to improve knowledge and adherence to essential service obligations. Those are the three proposals, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nanzala. May I check if there are further submissions on the CMA before we move to network? On network, I've noted what's on the chat, Honorable Mukwele. That's for the next presentation. We're still on the committee report. On network,
Yes, Chair, my hand is still
your
there.
hand? Yes.
Yes, yes, Chair.
It's just that you never lower it, so I want to be sure that
I was
you are
about
speaking
to.
on the item. Okay.
Thank
On network,
you, thank you, Honorable Chair. On NEDLAC is with regard to the two areas, the additional points that we want to make around social dialogue. That social dialogue reports are consistently submitted on time, but broader dissemination remains limited. That is the observation. And the proposed action is to expand multimedia communication efforts to increase public awareness and engagement on network activities so that we are able to limit the negative impact that we observe. The last one is around the knowledge management. That knowledge management products are developed but need more targeted dissemination to social partners. And then the action to be taken that should implement strategic knowledge sharing platforms to enhance social partner participation and the informed decision making. Thank you, Chair.
thank you, Honorable Nanzele. Maybe just to assist committee support there, because I think there's a struggle in trying to capture it now. That would do the same, that any member who make the submission will still have to be submitted to yourself so that that is properly captured, because other points are just additional points, not really reviewing what has already
Yes.
been agreed, that there are no corrections on the draft report, except that we're dealing with additional points this time. So that we're able to move forward quicker.
Yes. Yes, Chair,
Yeah.
I will do
I
that.
was just explaining so that Honorable Nanzele and any other member you would keep that in mind, that after the submissions that those are forwarded to committee support. I take it that those were the last submissions on that part of network, unless there's another member before we get to productivity South Africa. We can then move to productivity South Africa. As we agreed, no corrections that were made on the draft report are the additional submissions to make on productivity South Africa. Honorable Nanzele, you are muted.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just two additional points again on productivity SA. That just on the last one, that the productivity SA supports these SMEs mainly during distress stages, not on an ongoing basis. And that in observing that, we would propose that there should be a differentiated approach. The proposal then is as follows: implement early warning systems to detect financial risks before distress. Then the second one, the last one on productivity SA, is around the collaborative efforts that as government and private sector we should at all material times seek to achieve. And the proposed formulation would be collaboration with government and private sector is strategic, but is underutilized. And therefore, the formulation or proposed way forward would be expand multi-sectoral triple Ps, targeting early stage intervention for at-risk small medium enterprises, that is the SMEs. Thank you, Chair. With regard to the proposal that you have made, I will share my notes with the committee secretary. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Honorable Nanzele. Are there any additional points to make, honorable members? If not, we'll then move to the Unemployment Insurance Fund, UIF. Of course, again, there having agreed with regard to the draft report, we are now looking at additional points to make. Honorable Nanzele, I see your hand is up again. Can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. On the UIF, there is the area that of concern. We just need to further firm it up. That is the labor activation program, which basically the observation is that it remains important for improving employability and labor market participation. Just to firm up the action to be taken, I propose that we retain the formulation as is, but make an addition which reads as follows. Implement robust monitoring mechanisms for the labor activation program to ensure it effectively benefits previously disadvantaged groups. That's the addition, Chair. And then further down, again, make additional proposal, 3 additional proposal formulation. The first one is with regard to ICT, that is outdated ICT system delay, claims processing, and increase fraud risk. And the proposed way of action should read as follows. Accelerate the phased SAP system upgrade to modernize technology and reduce delays. The phasing out, you should read the phasing out of the SAP system. It should be accelerated for reasons that already we have articulated, Honorable Chair, so that we are able to stabilize the operation within the ICT sector. The second one is with regard to vacancy rate, which is high in critical financial and ICT positions that hinder progress and also reform. The proposed action, Chair, would be to prioritize filling of vacancies and professionalizing key financial and ICT functions. The last point is with regard to issue of governance and internal controls that contribute to irregular expenditure. Which reads, weak governance and internal controls that contribute to irregular expenditure. And the proposed action, Chair, would read as follows: strengthen the audit action plans and enforce zero tolerance on corruption. Those are the 3 additional points, Chair, I make on the...
No, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nanzele. And thank you because I was about to ask you, what are you saying exactly? on the SEP. So I'm really happy with the correction that you made, so that on record that part is cleared, it's phased out approach. So that's good. If there are any
That's
additional,
exactly.
yeah,
You captured me correctly, Chair. Thanks.
thank you. So if there are additional points from members, it seems not, we'll then move to the compensation fund.
My hand is up, Honorable Chair.
Yes, I've been calling your name. I think I'm the one who's been muted. Honorable Nonzele.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on the, sorry, just my gadget has timed out. On the points relating to compensation fund, I want to make the additional points, 3 additional points under the observations. The first one relate to data integrity, which basically hinder efficient claims adjudication and benefit payment. And that would propose the way the action forward would be to read as follows. Deploy automated verification and data quality controls to enhance accuracy, so that the deficiencies that I spoke about in terms of observation are dealt with. The second one, Chair, was with regard to slow adjudication and turnaround times delay, beneficiary compensation. I think this is the most troublesome and challenging area that always characterize the day-to-day complaints from the public who are in fact visiting employment and labor offices. And that's what you would observe even from the critics who criticize inefficiencies of the department or offices. And the proposed action, Chair, would read as follows. Implement workflow automation and rapid response team to reduce backlogs, so that we deal with the observations that I've just raised earlier. The last one, Chair, is around assets. And asset growth is constrained by weak debt management and market volatility. And then the action, Chair, that I propose that it would read as follows. Improve debt collection capacity and implement structured investment monitoring. Those are the 3 proposals with regard to observation and actions to be taken. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nonzele. May I then check if there are any other additional points that members would want to make as you lower your hand on this one? It would appear that there are no additional points, which take us to the point of the report being moved for adoption as a May I just check if there
Honorable Chair, I don't know. I'm losing you on my side. I
I'm
don't
not
know
sure
what.
if I'm not then audible, what could be the problem. It's just that the mic switches on and off without me doing it. So all I was saying was that we are at a point where we need to consider this report for at least adoption, uh, for adoption by members as a committee report that we can take for ATC, which will be the basis of the debate for the 19th, with all the additions that would have been made, which will also reflect in the report as would be submitted to the committee support. May I get a mover in that regard, as well as a seconder for us to adopt the report as a committee report. Honorable Nonzele, recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I move for the adoption of the report with all the amendments as submitted. So I move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nonzele moves. Can I get a seconder for adoption of the report? Honorable Basson, you are recognized. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to second the adoption of the agenda with the amendments made.
Honorable Basson seconds the adoption of the report with the amendments that have been made to be submitted. May I check if there are objections to us adopting this report as the committee for submission? No objections, so the report is agreed to by the committee and will therefore, once amendments have been effected, will be circulated to members as such as it gets to be submitted for ATC. With that having been said, honorable members, as we would have indicated that the department would be joining back, we had estimated at the time that from 5 to they would do so. Would have asked on the sides that they are allowed to be admitted in and be ready to get to the presentations. I will just try and get confirmation from committee support that they are on the platform. Thank you, Honorable Slepe. We also greet you and accept the apology that you put on the platform. Would have indicated we'll still look at that towards the end if there are those apologies. May I just check committee support if they are all in? Otherwise, we can then try to allow them to get in and maybe take some break, or we just deal with the agenda differently. Committee support, can you just flight also the agenda for us to refresh? Because if we can deal with the other item on the agenda, we can just deal with that quickly, whilst we allow them to log in.
Okay, Chair, I will do so now. I will flight the agenda, but I don't see the minister yet. But as you say, maybe we can do the minutes so long. Let me flight the agenda, Chair. Where is that now? Share. Is it visible, Chair?
Yes, that's the notice. We needed to consider the draft report, which we've done. We'll get a briefing from the department, like you indicated. They're still being admitted on the basis of the earlier assumption that we should be done by 10 and allow them in. So as to save the time, use it qualitatively. I'm sure members agree that we, in the meantime, dispense with the minutes so that we are only left with the presentations and discussions of those presentations from the department.
Are they visible now, Chair?
Still scanning. Yes, we now have the minutes of the 30th of April, which was a continuation on presentations or on the briefing on the budget review. That was for the CCMA network and Productivity South Africa, as well as minutes that we dealt with. We can look at that, those that were present, so that it helps us when we get to moving the minutes. The apologies can then move. Opening remarks. So I now present the minutes of the 30th of April for consideration. Honorable members, can I get a mover and seconder for approval of minutes as a true reflection of the discussions on the day? May I get a mover and seconder for approval of minutes?
Chairperson.
Honorable van der Walt.
Chairperson, I'll move.
Honorable van der Walt moves. Can I get a seconder? Honorable Mukwele on the chat, she's put there that she seconds.
Also second, Chair.
Okay, so the minutes were seconded. Any objections in us approving minutes? No objection. So the minutes are therefore approved as a true reflection of the previous meeting. So we've dealt with the two main items of the committee itself. May I then just get confirmation if we are able to now get to the department and the entities with regard to matters of the AGSA and how they've been responding to those. Yeah, there is I'm not sure if that is for the minister. There is a gadget there named 29227569.
I can rename it, Chair, if the minister can confirm if that's the number.
I'm just checking whether that could be the minister or not, because I just thought before admission of the person, there should have been that verification, so as to be sure whether it's a member of the public or representing any entity in that score. May I then get confirmation if the department is on the platform and ready to take us through?
I'm told it's not her, Chair, but she is logging in.
Okay.
Maybe a few seconds.
All right. May I then ask honorable members that we just give the next 3 minutes to get everybody on board, and we start at 5 to. Go. We really to appreciate your understanding. We got on a how train, not knowing that it's really the how train in the true sense. And I know that this may convenience a bit when you are looking at coming in around 10. So we do appreciate that you are all back. Honorable members, as I indicated earlier on, that it was on the basis of how we rearranged the agenda and that we will give the opportunity once the department and the ministry comes on the part about apologies that may need to be recorded from their side. I think with honorable members, we have now since clarified those apologies. Would then start from that point as welcome the minister, she and the leaders of the entities coming before us in this meeting that one regards as a continuation, because as we're dealing with the APPs where there are material irregularities that may have been raised by the AGSA, they've asked that we get a report, and of course it was high-level report, and within the program created that on the 13th, which is today, we are able to then get into some detail on those matters, and that's the meeting we are having. It's a continuation of that discussion. But as I said, Honorable Minister, the team will give you space to put the apologies, if there are any apologies, to place on record, as well as give you the opportunity to do an overview on recent matters that may need the attention of the committee and the people of South Africa. Thereafter, you'd use the same opportunity to infuse the presentation of what is coming before the committee. After yourself, will then start making allocation of time to the presentations that are to be made on the basis that members would have received the presentations and processed them accordingly. So with that having been said, Honorable Minister, you can then come in once more. Welcome as you get in.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the DM, the Secretariat of the Portfolio Committee, DG, and the executives of the Department of Employment and Labor and its entities. Am I visible, Chair? I've unmuted my video, but I can't see myself.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely dark.
Okay.
We can't see, but we can hear it's still you, not the robot. So whilst they are being assisted in that regard, we can then allow you to proceed to speak. I think it should be able to sort itself.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you for your understanding. I think the IT guys did not get it right. I had requested them to fix it. And I thought I saw myself the other day. It was not in a meeting. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, yesterday, Statistics South Africa released the quarterly labor force survey for the first quarter of 2026. The official unemployment rate increased by 1.3 percentage points to 32.7% for the quarter, up from 31.4% in the fourth quarter of 2025. The largest decreases in employment were recorded in the community and social services industry, where the decline is 206,000, followed by construction, 110,000, transport, 30,000, and private households, chairperson, at 28,000. Employment increased by 38,000 in manufacturing. In mining, it increased by 32,000, and in agriculture by 10,000. Stats SA also indicated that the number of employed persons decreased by 345,000 in the first quarter of the year, bringing the total to 16.8 million. At the same time, the number of unemployed people increased by 301,000. This resulted in a net decrease of 44,000 in the country's labor force. The youth unemployment rate rose to 45.8% in Q1 of 2026, with 4.7 million young people employed. Individuals with less than matric qualification are significantly more vulnerable, with unemployment exceeding 50% for this group. While a degree offers some protection, the challenge becomes the kind of qualification and skills that those who hold them have. Unemployment in our country is systemic, structural, and deep-seated. We know all the efforts that government is involved in to ensure that we are up to the task in the fight against unemployment. When the labor market is not absorptive, we come up with public employment programs. We just need to coordinate them better so that the impact can be indisputable. Honorable Chairperson, the African Regional Labour Administrative Center, ARLAC, which we as the ministry are chairing for a term of 2 years, convened a high-level bilateral dialogue on future of work over 2 days, 7th and 8th of May 2026, which is the past week. In focus was the pragmatic approach to the platform economy. Computers and the internet have revolutionized. Initially, computers and internet were just communication, but over the last 15 years or so, companies like Amazon, Google, Facebook, Booking.com, Airbnb, Naspers, Uber, etc., jostled for the front row of the world's corporate giants. These companies emerged and introduced business models aimed at facilitating interaction between individuals and or firms, creating what is now called in many names like gig economy, digital economy, or platform economy. Next month, we shall be at the 114th session of the International Labour Conference in Geneva, where, among others, we shall be dealing with decent work in the platform economy. We'll also be focusing on a transformative agenda for gender equality at the work. And, of course, there shall be other topics. Now more than ever, we believe if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. As much as we want to walk fast, but we certainly do not want to walk alone because we want to walk far. Therefore, we choose to work together through ARLAC, SADC, and other like-minded partners. Honorable Chairperson, we are here today coming before you to present progress on audit action plans, among others. Auditor General South Africa reported both to the executive and the legislature that audit action plans are treated as compliance-driven paperwork rather than instruments to tackle negative audit findings. Because these organs of state have to complement each other, we have invited us so that together can track and trace the progress that is being made to correcting what the Auditor General South Africa would have raised as matters that needed attention. To be professional and be better organized, the Department of Employment and Labor, SEE, UIF and Compensation Fund documented what needed to be acted upon onto the audit action plans. There are those outcomes that continue to give us sleepless nights, especially those that are ICT related. But we continue to push the administration to pick up the pace because apart from these issues being audit matters, they also impact negatively on the performance of the department. DG and the executive will provide salient points that they will lift from the presentation. Let me highlight some of these challenges. One of the findings was that organizational structure was not updated regularly. The progress, Chairperson, is that I've approved the macro-organizational structure on the 27th of March 2026, and it has been submitted to the DPSA for concurrence. Once concurrence has been granted, the department will implement it. The other matter when it comes to DEL's material irregularities is payments of unused or underutilized software licenses. Enterprise resource planning systems for the department, the unemployment fund, and compensation fund. The department selected system application products, which is SAP, as the preferred ERP provider. It was noted that 13 license types were not deployed or utilized by the department, UIF or CF, and that the maintenance and support cost for these licenses were paid. Pertaining to the Petogo project implementation not in line with the plan, the review of the implementation plan was conducted and the contract was extended by a year at no additional cost so that all deliverables will be met. The project plans have been revised and agreed with business units. What needs to happen now is the approval of the project charter and conclusion of the project. With regard to the issues of software license review, especially pertaining to the matter of underutilized and not fully utilized SAP software licenses, the analysis of current and future use was redone before renewal of SAP support agreement, and significant number of licenses were completely terminated and some were reduced. Sorry, Chair. On security management, cyber security assessment, Auditor General mentioned the issues of inadequate management of shared folder permissions, vulnerabilities identified on the internal host assessed, vulnerabilities identified on the external host assessed, Linux host vulnerable to remote code execution, and Microsoft Windows null session authentication. What can be stated is that CSIR has been appointed to implement cybersecurity controls. The procurement is underway for an entire network refresh in which secure configurations are within scope of procurement. Other vulnerabilities are due to legacy systems which will be replaced through the Petogo project. There are two issues on IT governance. The first issue is poor network availability due to inadequate service levels with the service provider affecting service delivery. The second issue is the limited employer participation in the AGSA system that impacts job placement outcomes. It can now be reported that rollout for minimum of 10 MBPs upgrade is underway. Procurement for additional 100 MBPs for UIF and CF is also underway. The first issue on the program change management was change management policy, which was not reviewed. The second issue, log to record changes implemented on ESA applications, was not enabled. The process of procuring an external resource for policy reviewing is underway. The legacy ESA is in the process of being retired as the system will be replaced by the new SAP ESA system. The department is committed to a path of clean governance and improved audit outcomes. We acknowledge the seriousness of the outcomes and implementing decisive corrective measures over the next 12 months. The department and its entities are aiming at unqualified audit outcomes based on proactive risk management, ethical and capable leadership, as well as improved performance. On SEE, specifically on payables from exchange transactions, the issues of sufficient appropriate audit evidence that payment received in advance was properly accounted for was raised by AGSA as a matter that needs correction. Where SEE needed to ensure that sufficient evidence is available to support amounts disclosed as payment received in advance. To ensure unallocated receipt suspense account is cleared at year end to avoid misstatements of payables. AGSA said we need to ensure improved efficiency in record keeping, avail evidence in financial reporting, and address sufficiently prior year material misstatements. A report on the correction of these has been submitted to AGSA for audit. Same applies to the issue of cash flow statement that AGSA flagged. The interim audit with AGSA has registered the matter as resolved, and now the plan is to adopt the agreed structure for final audit. Unemployment Insurance Fund in the 24-25 audit outcomes has 72 audit findings. 61 of these have been attended to. Those that are currently being addressed are now 11, with 0 overdue, or with 0 of those that no action has been taken. Pertaining to the compensation funds employer contribution completeness issue, as well as return of earnings of employers not assessed, the progress is that the compensation fund is extracted and downloaded open ROEs for 2024 assessment year, and the selection of verification sample is completed to compare against the 2024 ROS. With those remarks, Honorable Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I give back at you. I think you are the one who will direct the administration to come with the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll now take the presentations, first from the department, followed by SCE, then the UIF and the compensation fund. Understanding that the department also has the issue of material irregularity as well as the compensation fund. So we'll look at the time, taking that into consideration. So it does make sense to give the department 25 because SEE would be taking about 10, so that's a total of 35. The UIF would still keep them to 20, and the compensation fund, given the material irregularities, will take it to 25. So if we can keep to those minutes so that you know which slides to emphasize on. Thank you, Honorable Minister and your team. So we'll now get back to your team to direct it from there. Honorable Minister, I see your hand.
My apologies, Chair. I don't know whether the office received my request to be recused early to join the special cabinet that starts at 11. But if it finishes before you're done with your business, I'll join back.
Not yet. So, as we said, we were also giving you the opportunity to do so. So when you proceeded, we thought probably there are no apologies, but we'll keep that on record. Honorable Minister, once more appreciation that throughout the budget vote, as well as this item, there's also political responsibility and accountability taken. Thanks. We can then proceed to, I'm not sure if it's the ATG that's leading that or anybody, but we'll start with the department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. And honorable members, Minister, DM, colleagues on the platform, as well as the different stakeholders. I think in terms of the department, we will start with administration that will be led by DDG Bahumi, supported by this.
So, sorry, ADG, sorry. I see your hand, Minister, in what I'd say.
Sorry, Chair, it's
that's
back
one.
up behind. Sorry.
Oh, okay, thank you. Can then proceed, ADG.
Thank you, Chairperson. From the administration side, DDG Bahumi will be taking us, the CFO will lead the presentation, also supported by the CIO, and also they will be able to touch on the salient points around the MIs, as the chair has indicated, and they will be pointed in their presentation in terms of addressing the progress that you've made thus far, and then it will be followed by the SEE, then followed by the UIF Commissioner, followed by the CF Commissioner in that sequence, and also taking into cognizance how the chair has guided with the time. And without further ado, I'll hand over to the CFO, supported by Bahumi, and the CIO to lead us. Thank you very much. The presentation is on screen. Can we have it in slide mode? Thank you. CFO.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Ministers present, DG, colleagues, good morning. I am going to take you through the presentation on the action plan, precisely because the CFO is also tasked with the task of managing AG matters in the department. But the colleagues will come in, Chair, I will invite the colleagues to come in on their appropriate sections within the presentation. The slide, Chair, that is being flighted right now is just to take you through, to take the committee through the report of 2024-25, the AG report. The first bullet point, it indicates the qualification of 59 million, which was as a result of two transactions which AG had an issue around the recoverability, since it was on our receivables in the financial statements. It was mainly the amount that was owed by the UIF, and also the amount that related to our travel service provider who was no longer on the environment. The contract has expired. That was TTS. We were qualified on that amount. It was a material amount of 59 million. But further on the audit report as well, it cited material findings on the reported performance information on Program 4. Then it also proceeded to report on non-compliance with legislation, mainly financial statement as a result of the material amount, expenditure management, which are such as the irregular expenditure as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, asset management, subsequently consequence management, procurement and contract management. The next slide also indicated the issues which AG was bringing to the attention of the department with regard to staff data, which I think were highlighted as the area of concern with regard to salary overpayment, bursaries, leave without pay, which have a substantial amount as the amount that is owed by staff to the department. Next slide. We've put a slide on areas which we intended to concentrate on in terms of putting the action plan together, which was the financial statements, compliance with laws and regulations, as well as AGSA ICT related issues. Next slide. We put an action plan together, and I'm happy to report that on the action plan, AG, when they started or when they were planning for the audit of the current financial year, they did review the action plan mainly on the items that led to the qualification, which was that 59 million that I started with. And they requested the records on what we have done thus far, and we have presented to them. And I'm happy to report that they are happy with how the department has dealt with the two, mainly the UIF and the TTS, Tovest Travel Services amount. And they've shown a very, very positive come to what we have indicated. In material irregularity, if I can invite the CIO just to elaborate on the material irregularity, that is the next bullet point on the presentation before I proceed. CIO?
Through you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. And good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Ministers who are in the meeting. And good morning to our DG and our senior management in the meeting as well. Chairperson, just to highlight on the material irregularities, it is in relation to the licenses that were procured more than 10 years ago, the SEP licenses, and post the procurement of the licenses, there were delays in the implementation of the SEP system itself, and that is what led to the AG raising a finding on our side to say we have procured licenses, and these licenses, as much as they belong to the department now, it is now an asset of the department. But there is a support and maintenance that the department is paying annually to SEP, and that support and maintenance is related proportionally to the number of licenses procured. That is why it was noted that 13 license types were deployed and utilized by the department, but they were not fully utilized, and that has attracted the maintenance and support cost. Now, this is where this was found to be an irregular expenditure in some way, or you can say a fruitless expenditure if you put it that way, because these licenses are not fully utilized and they are attracting support and maintenance cost. Now, we have started with the reduction of these licenses in 2022. And after realizing that we need to do an assessment and make sure that at least we comply with what the AG has raised. In 2023, we once again reduced the number of licenses. And since that reduction, we found ourselves having reduced the support and maintenance base from 66 million to 34 million. And in November 2025, before we activate the SEP support and maintenance again, we reduced and terminated a significant number of licenses, and that reduced the maintenance costs from the 66 million all the way to 30 million. And we can comfortably say at this stage, we are left with licenses that we are very much sure that we're going to utilize them. And we have reduced all those ones that we don't need. We have terminated all those licenses that we could see that in the future, we're not going to be able to use. And our support and maintenance base has reduced drastically. And we do not expect that we will get this material irregularity on the SEP licenses again in the next audit. I hope I have put it clearly by so saying, Chairperson. Thank you.
The next slide deals with the work that has been done by internal audit on our audit action plan. As the slide indicated, that the report was as at the 18th of March 2026, but I think the information was somewhere around February. So that means it's from the report, internal audit concluded that 53% of the work has been completed. They were happy with it in terms of the implementation. However, there was some work that was outstanding at year end. As at year end, we concluded that our action plan we have implemented the action plan or 57% of the action plan was concluded. The next slide, it then indicates that it then says that the presentation is gonna dwell mainly. It's gonna zoom mainly to the 8 actions that were not concluded as at the end of March. From the financial management side, where I'm also in the area which I'm responsible for, the reason for those issues that were still not concluded as at March are the areas that includes the work on the financial statements. The financial statements as in March, we do have April to close off our books and reconcile everything. So as at the end of March, that work was still ongoing. It also further indicates that in human resource, there were 2 areas that were still outstanding. Chief Information Officer, 7 areas. I think that will give us a total of 20 areas that were still outstanding as at the end of March. So I think the next presentation, the next slide will then zoom into each areas that were still in progress. In the human resource management area, I think the minister has indicated, has given some information on the organizational structure that was not updated, and the status is what the minister has also indicated on the submission that she signed to DPSA. Then the next area also on the human resource that was still outstanding was on the issue of policies, and the progress is being given for each policy in terms of where it was. The next area is the area of the CFO. Apart from the qualification on the receivables, which I have indicated that area is behind us now, with having been confirmed by AG on their interim audit. One other area was the issue of interest that interest that is not charged on the receivables. Here I'm indicating that not all receivables attract interest. There are categories of receivable that attract interest, being the contractual debt, like bursaries, for instance. The other area that attract interest are the areas with regard to officials that have left the department. And the last one, which I think I've highlighted in black, excuse me, is the area around the debt which arise as a result of negligence, which I need to probably just to indicate that there's somehow a challenging area to deal with, simply because we have to demonstrate that the official was negligent in the debt that has been incurred. I think this area arises more often on the area of damaged vehicles, and the CFO is of the view that not all officials wouldn't intentionally damage the vehicles of the department. We also have to accept that there are accidents, unintentional actions which will give rise to damages to vehicles, which will also sit on the staff debt. And on that area, that's the area where I will come indicating that on that area, if we can't prove the negligence, it will just be a staff debt recovery of the capital amount, but not charging interest. But on all the other areas, we are charging interest on the as per the relevant prescripts. The most area, or the common area that I think it was also mentioned on the audit report, was the issue of asset management that was raised previously. There's got a range of issues around it, wherein I think our audit action plan included the verification of assets across the country, reconciliation with our records, and also disposal of those assets that are no longer in use. And that asset then, and that exercise, we are busy wrapping up as we are preparing the financial statements. And at year end, we're somewhere around 98%, taking also the advantage of the 13th month of April to finalize that exercise. We are finalizing that exercise for all the asset-related issues, and I am confident that we're gonna finalize it successfully for the present for the presentation of the assets-related figures on our financial statements. Next slide. The next slide on the tangible capital assets, it also refers to the issue that I've referred on the previous slides, based on still on the asset action plan in terms of verification, reconciliation, and where possible disposal of assets. The next area that CIO will also need to touch on, deviation on the cloud hosting services. That's the area that CIO will have to probably come and also give some status on that one as well. Let me just maybe finalize all the financial management one, because I think after the CFO, I think the remaining areas are for the CIO. So he will come and also address this one as well. Area number 4, in terms of consequence management, this also touched on the work of loss control committee that all the processes and recommends to the CFO and the accounting officer on the appropriate action that need to be taken. Here, I think in terms of the cases, investigation of cases, as at the end of March, we're left with just about 197 cases that were not finalized in the financial year. This against the backdrop that in the prior year, we had 900 cases because of the backlog that we had. AG audited this area in 24-25, and in some areas they went as far back as 2015. As a result, we had quite a number of cases that we had to clear. I'm happy to report that backlog has been dealt with now, and what we are then left is the current cases. We'll then be able to deal with the current cases as we uncover them and take them to the ER for consequence management where required. The next slide then deals with the issue, the chief information officer. I will also request that he also go back to the previous slide on that item, and he takes us through to the remainder of the items on the presentation. CIO.
Through you once again, Chairperson. Chairperson, with regard to the deviation on the cloud hosting, this is an approval that was sought through deviation when the services were about to be terminated, and the extension of contract was done. The details of it, Chairperson, can be provided through a report in some way. Can we go to the next slide? The next slide talks to the SAP HANA projects, of which our Honorable Minister has already spoken to. As much as it is highlighted that the Intipetogo project implementation was not in line with the plan, there has been reviews of the implementation plan, and there was an extension of 1 year at no additional cost to the department. Project plans were revised and agreed with business units, and the next stage that is going to follow is the approval of the project charter, which is still underway. In terms of the software license review that I have already spoken to, is the SEP licenses, as I have highlighted that as much as the licenses belong to the department, they come with support and maintenance base. The analysis was done for the future use, and the renewal of SEP support agreement, where we actually reduced a significant number of licenses and terminated a significant number of licenses as well, to make sure that we reduce the maintenance base from the very same 66 million to 30 million, which is where we are standing at the moment. And as I have highlighted, with the current licenses that we are remaining with, we are rest assured that we won't get material irregularities anymore on the SEPT licenses issues. Next slide, please. Chairperson, the next one deals with security management on the cybersecurity assessment. As it's being highlighted that we have CSIR that has been appointed to implement cybersecurity controls. And I need to highlight that the work that has been done by CSIR so far has been a good job. They managed to implement the Security Operations Center. They managed to implement the SIM, and they are currently monitoring the environment with all the necessary tools that you can think of that will be needed to manage the environment. And we can comfortably say there has been an improvement in the posture, cybersecurity posture, since CSIR has been on board. And we believe that our collaboration with CSIR is the best thing that has ever happened to the department, considering the previous service provider, who was not a government entity, in which there were still too many loopholes within the cybersecurity controls, even though the department was fully committed into the contract. I also need to highlight that the procurement is underway for entire network refresh, in which secure configurations that are being highlighted are within the scope of the procurement, and we will see a total reduction in the cybersecurity controls issues. And I also need to highlight that other vulnerabilities that are due to legacy systems, as we have highlighted that the Phetogo project was meant to deal with the legacy systems that we see in the department. And unfortunately, due to the delays in that project, that is why we find ourselves with these findings. But we have since gained traction with the Phetogo project. We have about 6 modules that will be going live in the current financial year before end of December. Those will actually help us to improve our posture, and these vulnerabilities that have been posted by the legacy systems will start to reduce. The next one is the software license review. As I have already highlighted, the issue of the SEP issues that we have. But just to highlight an important aspect is that we have appointed a service provider who has onboarded a software management capability within the department. And we have also implemented SAM tools. And currently, we are doing our assessment based on the currently existing software asset management tools, the Active Directory, Citrix, and other applications. I need to also highlight that CSIR is assisting us with the tools that can assist the department with software asset management. Microsoft is also on board. They are also assisting us with all that. And the capability that we have increased through the appointment of Zimele is also making a difference. Next slide, please. On the IT governance, Chairperson, as it has been highlighted, the issue of poor network availability and limited employer participation in AGSA. We are saying currently there is a movement in a positive direction, since there is a rollout of a minimum of 10 megs per second upgrade on the entire network. and this has been done by SETA. I can comfortably say around 50 sites have been upgraded so far, and we are also in the process of procuring additional 100 megabits per second, especially for UIF and CF, in which we are also looking at migrating them from the SETA network and having their own network as part of unbundling and reconfiguration. The next one is on program change management. Just to highlight that the process of procuring the external resources so that we can have policy reviewing is underway. And the legacy AGSA that we have currently in the environment is going to be replaced by the new AGSA system that is being deployed through the Petogo project. Currently, there are war rooms, there are system testing, and we are looking forward to going live with the new AGSA system on the 1st of July. Next slide, please. The next slide is with regard to IT service continuity. Here, Chairperson, the most important aspect that was highlighted is the lack of disaster recovery testing and the disaster recovery site itself. We are highlighting that we could not have implemented or established a disaster recovery site due to budgetary constraints. And also, we are highlighting that there is actually a costed implementation plan that has been tabled to EXCO and is on the process of being presented to the investment committee so that we can start establishing the disaster recovery site. And also, I need to highlight that the disaster recovery testing is being done through the disaster recovery plan, where all the applications of the department are being tested on a regular basis, based on the testing plan. On the operating system side, Chairperson, I need to highlight that these are databases that are still running on Oracle 10. They depend mainly on the legacy systems, of which we are in the process of replacing them through the Petogo project. Next slide. On this one is cybersecurity management, of which we have highlighted that the norm is that the file shares are created by ICT for specific user group do have restrictive access, and ICT does performs the cleanup of all the file shares on a regular basis. Those file shares that have got no user group have been removed. On the IT governance side, we are saying the rollout of minimum of 10 megs, as I have already highlighted, that is already underway with about 50 sites that are already rolled out already. And we are on the process of procuring additional 100 megs per second for UIF and CF, and we are also in the process of migrating them from the SETA network. Next slide. From my side, that will be all, Chairperson. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes the presentation of the department on the action plan. Thank you.
SCE, your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to honorable members. Good morning to honorable Minister and to colleagues. I'm going to take you through the SEE, what we have done so far. In terms of SEE, from the previous financial year, we were qualified on 6 paragraphs, and those paragraphs relate to inventory adjustment, operational expenditure, property, plant and equipment, payables, receivables, and cash flow. So those were the paragraphs that when the AGSA was conducting the audit, they identified a number of shortfalls and we were qualified in that, and we have since developed a comprehensive audit action plan to address those paragraphs. Just to take you through under the paragraphs, what were the qualification relating to. Firstly, under the inventory adjustment, here we were qualified because the adjustments which were made in the calculations were not supported by sufficient registers in terms of the adjustments that we made to raw materials, work in progress, and finished goods. So that was the main reason for that qualification. And what we did was to go and develop an action plan that talks to rectifying those areas that we were qualified on, meaning that we had to go and now develop the records that can substantiate the adjustments that were done on those three areas that I've mentioned. The second one on the operating expenditure, again, we were qualified based on the fact that the wrong or incorrect bills of materials in calculating the fixed manufacturing overheads, variable manufacturing overheads, and the idle time was used. So we had a session with them trying to understand the incorrectness of the bills of material in order to correct that. And the audit action plan that we developed was around finalizing or correcting that. And secondly, the costing method that was used there and the accounting techniques that was applied, auditors had a concern, which it was a misalignment between how they look at it and how it was applied at sea. So the action plan was developed to address that. The property, plant and equipment, the main reason for this one was that our fixed asset register was not aligned with the records in our financials. So when auditors picked that up, they gave us a qualification highlighting the fact that we need to accurately on a yearly basis conduct an asset verification to confirm that what we have in our books aligns with what we have in the factories. So work is underway to accurately verify the assets. And once that process is completed, the fixed asset register will be updated accordingly in order to deal with that finding. If you can go to the next slide. The third and the fourth area of qualification relates to payables and receivable. This is a challenge because what happened is that in the current account of the entity, there were amounts which were paid, and those amounts were not allocated to the right customers. So it created a huge problem because what we call a suspense account had to be created, and that suspense account, all the amounts which were not allocated was kept in that, and that amount, that suspense account, it grew to an amount of 6 million. So auditors raised the concern that it looks like there was not proper record keeping in terms of the monies coming in and out of the business as a result of the suspense account. So they advised that we need to go back and identify the amounts in the suspense accounts, where it comes from, so that it can be allocated to whether it's a payable or a receivable. So that is the work that we are seized with. At this stage, we have managed to go back 2 to 3 years and identify exactly the source of those amounts in the suspense account. So as we speak, with the amount now, it's hovering around from 6 million to around 2 million. That is still unallocated, which is work in progress. But that talks to the fact that there was no a record keeping in terms of what was happening in terms of the financial management of the entity, which it pointed to the weak internal controls that we had at the time. But we are working with the auditors to address that. As I've mentioned, that at this stage, the suspense account was managed to be reduced from 6 million to 2 million. So if we can clear that 2 million and allocate it to the right sources, it will deal with the two paragraphs which auditors can clear it. When you look at the last one, the cash flow statement. The cash flow statement, there was misalignment with how we calculated our cash flow statements. The amounts, especially relating to investing activities, was not aligned with how the auditors calculated that. So that was a finding. But that through continuous engagement with them, trying to explain how we arrived at the figure that we arrived at, and giving them the corrective actions that we have applied. This is one area that we have managed to resolve it during their interim audit. So we can say, out of all that 6 that you've seen, this one we have closed it, and the rest is still work in progress, which I will explain in the next slide. Next slide. So this next slide now talks to the progress with regard to resolving those paragraphs with the Auditor General, because as I've explained that after the qualification, obviously we had to go and develop a comprehensive audit action plan that talks to activities that are resolving the audit actions that we were qualified on. So when you look at the operating expenses, the engagement that we had with the auditors and the audit action plan that we have submitted to them, they gave us comments, and we had to incorporate the comments that they gave us under this paragraph. So what we did now, we have submitted the final work that we have done to correct this audit paragraph, and there's a meeting that is scheduled for the 18th of May, wherein we will be discussing whether the work that we have done to correct this paragraph, is it sufficient to resolve this audit paragraph. The second one, the cash flow statement, as I've indicated from the previous slide, that this is the area that when we had engagement with the Auditor General and then go through the misalignment with regard to calculating the cash flow, eventually we found each other, and this one, as it stands, is resolved. So it's no longer it's not going to appear in the next audit because it's resolved among ourselves that we are aligned on this one. In terms of the receivables and the payables, like I indicated, that we had a huge challenge with regard to the amounts which were not allocated, and then the suspense account was created, and all monies were deposited in that grew to around 6 million. So as we are busy interrogating and trying to establish where these amounts were coming from. We were able to correct the amount to the tune of 4 million and allocate it to the right sources, right accounts. So right now we are working on the remaining 2 million, which we're trying to track where the amounts are coming from, whether the amounts are receivable or payables. Once we are able to close that and clear the suspense account, that's when now these two findings, we can say now they will be resolved. The inventory management, like the operating expense, we had engaged with the Auditor General, and then we incorporated their comments from the submission that we made to them. So now we've made the second submission incorporating their comments, and that will be discussed in the same meeting where we'll be discussing the operating expenses. And should the outcome point to point to the fact that we have sufficiently covered that, we will see the audit, we'll see these paragraphs falling off, which now will start talking to us transitioning from the audit opinion that we had. So it's work in progress. We are continuously engaging with them, but we have realized that most of these findings arose as a result of lack of proper records, and sometimes the capacity that we had at the business, which it's something that we are trying to resolve in terms of capacitating the financial management and record keeping, and then strengthening our internal controls. And then the last one, which is not the chair, it talks to the asset register, which I said there was a misalignment with regard to the asset register and what was in our financial statement. The work now is underway, where we have our personnel down to factories doing a deeper asset verification. And once they finalize that, we will update our fixed asset register, and that will resolve the finding that we have from the Auditor General. That's the last slide, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would now move to UIF. That's the 20 minutes. UIF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, Chair, and honorable members, to Minister and the DMs, and to all colleagues on the platform. I'll ask that we go straight to slide 4. Thank you. On this slide, Chair, we just indicate that as per the last audit, we had 72 findings, of which we have addressed 61 and are left with 11 to address. Next slide. We indicate some of the areas that we were focusing on: improving on our monthly reconciliation, strengthening our supply chain management controls, enhancing performance information verification processes within the fund, improving oversight and our monitoring structures, focusing on our repeat findings. And then, of course, the totality of that is that we are wanting to strengthen our internal controls. Of the findings, there were those that we also focused on relating to investment, internal controls, which is under the responsibility of the CFO on SCM, also with the CFO, and as I indicated, ensuring quality of or reliability of our performance information. Next slide. Actually, slide 7. Thank you. And then in this slide, we just indicate the areas within the fund where we had to resolve findings arising from our last audit. As you can see, there are those areas where we have made significant progress, having resolved all the findings in question. There are those where we still have some way to go. And just by way of correction, Chair, under the Office of the CFO there, it is not 50%, it's 100%. And I think similarly to revenue management, we are sitting at over 80% there. Thank you. Let's move to the next slide. In this slide, we then go into the detail of the areas of qualification arising from the last audit. On the unlisted investment side, here the concern of the auditors were our reliance on PIC in the way that we were managing our investments, and for that, their concern was that we did not have effective processes in place to verify financial information and source data used to determine fair values of investments in associated or unlisted financial instruments and the resultant impairment. We indicate on the presentation that we have worked with the PIC now to appoint a panel of valuators and internal auditors. We've set up a steering committee that will assist us to deal with our audit standards as far as unlisted investments are concerned, and are developing procedures to be used for valuation of source data. And we're doing this work in collaboration also with the AG so that they can test where the veracity of our response to the finding. Then on the next finding, which deals with COVID TERS benefit, here the auditors were concerned that the benefit payments for COVID TERS were not properly accounted for due to the status of our accounting records, and that employers paid could not be confirmed during verification process, thus resulting in an overstatement of our TERS benefit payment. We're indicating here that we have dealt with all these issues that the AG has raised, and have ensured that we have enough evidence going into our AFS, which are due by the 31st of May. And we've done this at the back of a project plan that was developed by the CFO, monitored on a weekly basis. We indicate that there are some outstanding areas that we have to resolve, including where we've got cases that are in court, and we are working to ensure that at least on our financials, the information that is there can be fully verified with the evidence that is available. Then in the next slide, on the labor activation program, the AG was concerned that the amount disclosed for unemployment alleviation schemes, employability projects could not be substantiated by supporting evidence. I'm now on slide 9. I see you slide 10. Sorry. Thank you. The issue was that there were documents that went missing that were linked to the adjudication of projects that came under the labor activation program. The latest information we have is that all these documents have now been secured as requested by the AG. AG, and we left now with the task of the AG testing that the document meets with their full requirement. The reason that this document went missing is that the UIF moved offices, and in the moving of offices, when things were packed up, these assets to have been packed up in boxes that were then misfiled, but we've since received the boxes, and we are hoping that this will be the end of this matter on labor activation. On revenue from exchange transactions contributions, revenue from non-SARS contributors was not recognized based on declarations made by employers. This remains an area that we are seized with. Basically, the fund had requested through Minister that Minister of Finance provide us with an exemption from a GRAP standard so that we can deal with the issue of revenue transactions on a cash basis. This was rejected by National Treasury. The same exemption that we were requesting for is an exemption that SARS is allowed to operate and report under when it comes to their financial statements. Basically, what it requires of the UIF to do is that we need to be able to account for all those employers that must pay a UIF contribution. It's a mammoth task, especially if you've got employers that are not declaring that we will be able to make such a forecast, and it will be very difficult to also substantiate the basis of our forecast. It's for that reason that actually SARS was allowed to have an exemption, and we are pursuing the matter with them. They've indicated that even within a GRAP, there is a way that through our own policies, we can ensure adherence to the standard. We are now working with them in as far as that is concerned. Our issue here is that while the request was submitted earlier on in last year's audit, we only received a response about late last year, giving us very limited period to then be able to even implement their own suggestions on how this can be done. But we continue to work with them on this. So in the next slide, ma'am. I think this slide just mainly deals with our 11 unresolved findings, as I had indicated earlier, and it's on intangible assets, and here we just are indicating that while we are still at work trying to obtain documents in order to capitalize the amounts correctly in our financials. For now, we have used all, we've used the useful life supporting documentation to capitalize our assets, and we will be now testing that with the AG. On the RFQs not being advertised for a minimum of 4 days as per SCM, the SCM policy has been reviewed and updated, although still en route for approval. On the CATS exemption benefit, where the issue was benefit understatement of overpayments and revenue from non-exchange. There we indicating that the monthly reconciliations have been conducted on the benefit payment module to remove any overpayment. On completeness, accuracy, occurrence and cutoff for revenue non-exchange transactions. We're indicating that revenue management team is currently updating the revenue policy in line with GREP standard, which will then deal with this issue. On continued delays with regards to SEP ECC implementation, that is our COMEF 66, we're indicating that Project Management Office has amended the project plan, and the project is anticipated now to be completed in Q2 of this financial year, which means that the matter may not be resolved for the audit that we're going to go into. And then on COMEF 2, that is dealing with policies, frameworks, and strategies not reviewed and approved timely. We have developed the policy register and only included policies which are due for review. The register is now used to monitor the policy review process, and all unreviewed policies are in consultative stages, and there are those policies that we have updated and processed. On material losses, the case register for external cases has been developed. And then when it comes to inefficiencies of project management, particularly regarding employability, we've indicated that we are busy capacitating the lab section of the fund, and we have 143 contract posts that have been created, and recruitment is underway. And when it comes to follow up on prior year uncorrected misstatements, that's COMEF 39, the fraud unit has developed a reconciliation process to deal with all the old cases dating back to 2003. And then on the limitation of scope, in relation to Fusion Center, and on transactions under investigation, dealing with old fraud cases and right of process, the fraud unit has developed reconciliation to deal with all these cases as well. And then in the next slide, we then indicate to the committee that we have been on a steady process of progress in dealing with the AG findings. If you can look at the bottom of the slide there, that the fund is consistently reducing the number of findings over time from the AG. We are similarly resolving even repeat findings. We are sitting at 85% based on management assurance of findings that have been resolved. And then on the big repeat finding dealing with investment, which I've dealt with earlier on, that we've appointed auditors to manage to verify management accounts of investee companies. Next slide. Then on here, we just focus on the three material irregularities that the AG found. The one is on COVID TERS payments made to deceased persons. And we have resolved this through the integration of our system with the Department of Home Affairs. What had occasioned this during COVID, at a time where there was a number of deaths, our system was not integrated into the Department of Health, Department of Home Affairs system, which means that because we were dealing with delayed data transmission, even when people would have passed away because there would have been a claim put into our system, they would be paid only to find that they are then deceased. We don't foresee this ever happening again because of this integration that has now been finalized with the Department of Home Affairs. On the second one, which was around double dipping, where we have applicants who were paid COVID TERS and also paid normal benefit, we don't foresee this happening again, in part because we have amended our business rules and specifications that also test for double dipping, and it will raise a red flag for those that are processing to make sure that they are aware that another benefit had been paid. Then on COVID payment made made above the threshold. Here, it was a technical error, again arising from the urgency and the differing rules that were coming into the fund as everyone was trying to deal with COVID and ensure that we've got a proper and an urgent response to COVID. So as the rules were changing, the system was not keeping foresee that happening, because we have updated the rules and specifications, and these have been tested to ensure that we always pay within the required threshold. Next slide. Here we are just indicating to the committee that we have implemented governance structures that are helping us to monitor implementation progress in as far as our audit issues are concerned. We look at these at our monthly executive monitoring meetings, our internal audit validation reviews, our audit committee, risk management monitoring, and also the quarterly reporting to oversight structures. And particularly our audit committee has been very instrumental in pushing us and assisting us in resolving some of the issues as are seen here. Next slide. By way of conclusion is again that we continue to work with the AG on strengthening our control environment and implementing corrective actions to strengthen governance, financial management, compliance, performance reporting, and internal controls. We do believe that we have made meaningful progress in this financial year, and we are of the opinion that this will put us on a better footing to then strengthen our control environment going forward, and to deal with any matters that may arise even for this year's audit, in order to ensure that we continue to work in an environment that gives confidence both to our clients and those that depend on the fund for services. With that, thank you, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, honorable DM, and DG and colleagues. It's Farzana Fakir, the Acting Commissioner for the Compensation Fund. I am going to present the Audit Action Plan and the material irregularities on the Compensation Fund. It is 11:20. I know you gave us 25 minutes, so we should end by at least 11:45, which we will comply to, if not quicker. So on that sorry, 11:45, just to make sure. So on that, honorable members, chairperson and honorable members, I just want to state, I'm going to do the introduction. This presentation on the audit action plan, we are trying to provide an honest and transparent account of the compensations progress on the 24-25 audit action plan. We also, acknowledge in this presentation that the disclaimer audit opinion is not merely a financial reporting issue. It is a system of systematic weaknesses that the compensation fund has had in data management, technology architecture, and the integrity of both employer and claims data across ICT platforms. So today we will be transparent about what is broken, what has persisted, and what are the concrete steps that we are taking to fix it. In terms of the contents, as you can see, we are progressing from high-level progress in the agenda through to the systemic root causes that continue to drive the disclaimer. Chairperson, through you, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Mokena. Mr. Mokena, the CFO, he will speak through my device. We are together, and he will take you through the presentation on the audit action plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Chairperson, good morning to you, to honorable members, honorable minister, deputy ministers, DG, colleagues, all protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation today. Just quickly, Chairperson, also making sure we comply with the time. We are showing on this slide that we've done the compilation of the audit action plan, and that's in line with the findings by the AGSA. And immediately after the audit, then we set and structured the actions, gave them timelines. Some of the actions were due in the short term. They were categorized as short-term actions because they relate to day-to-day, such as implementation of daily controls, updating of standard operating procedures, and training were required. So those would have been given a time frame of October to December 2025, and January to March 2026, and that's the 55 we're talking about. And the rationale is because they essentially don't require large investment in the corrective actions. And you have those that were categorized as long-term actions. They were given a year-end resolution. For example, the 31 of the total 86 findings that affected the audit report, 31 of them were categorized under long-term. We're working up until 31st May on the actions that require policy changes, and this largely relate to our accounting policy on investments and how frequently we now want quality assurance to be implemented on the financial statements, and also where actions require system enhancement from time to time, request by end users to say, enhance the system in this manner for us so that we can reap the rewards of a much better system. So we looked at those actions and gave them a 31st May 2026. And there's those ones that now require like a long-term resolution, extended resolution. There are 9 in total, those actions of the 31 and of 86. So those ones are the ones that we have actually put into our procurement plan, that major ICT enhancement and projects that require a concentrated procurement and correctly assessed business cases would get us up to March 2027 for finalization and resolution. If you go to the next slide, please. We actually now, in the next slide, Hope Secretary. Okay, thank you. So next slide, we have stated that 62% of the 86 actions that affected the audit report have been fully implemented by management, and 27% are in progress, 11% are overdue. We'll speak to the detail. I think we'll make reference to the annexure that present the actual progress. So as we go along, I'll be making comments and also making reference to applicable slide that talks to the area of audit action progress. Please go to the next slide. In the next slide, Chairperson. Oh, yes, this one. So these are actually areas of improvement where we made an undertaking in our audit action plan to say that in the 25-26 financial year, dealing with the 24-25 audit findings, from the 14 disclaimer paragraphs, we aim to reduce or remove investments related disclaimer of audit opinion, investment associates, and the unlisted loans that go with those investments in respective entities. And so we are progressing very well here. There are challenges, but we've got the AGSA and the PIC engagement, and we also make sure that the AGSA incorporates in their audit approach a component auditor approach, which would take into account quality assurance performed at other institutions on behalf of management there, which we in turn will be owning up to say we are happy with the feedback and independent review of the records there. And they will undertake their satisfaction of such confirmation from other auditors there, component auditors. What is it? And the progress there, Chairperson, is reflected for members' reference on slide 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48. We may not necessarily, because of time, talk to all of them, but the progress is detailed in those slides. Commitments and contingencies. Commitments are essentially contractual amounts that have not been expensed by the fund from existing contracts. So we are, in terms of GRAP, a fair presentation of financial statements. We always have to make sure that we tell the users of the financial statements the extent of our exposure or commitments that are not utilized. So the auditors come and audit this, and they found in the previous year that there were no supporting documents to justify accruals and expenses paid against those contracts. So now we reconstructed registers, we pulled those records, also engaged PIC on the projects that would relate to their function on us. We've made a very good progress also. So end of the year commitments, the aim is that this will not be a misstatement or disclaimer anymore. Contingent liabilities and assets is another element. So these are reflected on slides 58, 59, and 60 for commitments, and slides 61, 62, and 63 for contingent liabilities and assets. So we are happy with our progress here. The situation of accounting records is not very perfect, but our reconciliations and confirmations with the state law advisors, particularly on cases that should be on the register or someone's anything against the fund, those confirmations we do obtain, but we are pushing each other to make sure that come 31st May, nothing is left out. But we've made progress. There's just a month or two of accounting records to still cover, but we are happy with the progress. The last one, Chairperson, is the provision for outstanding claims. These are big liabilities that we provide for in the future claims and future pension payouts, which the law accounting standard require that we provide evaluation of those future liabilities and put them on our balance sheet. However, for that to be constructed, we need to use a reliable benefits data and pension payouts data. So if there's challenges or control deficiencies in those records, the work of the actuaries on the evaluation of these liabilities cannot be trusted. However, we said to the AGSA, much as we put every effort in cleaning the data that the actuaries utilize, also please bring across your expert, your actuary, to interact with our actuary to see the extent of mitigations that can be accepted by your actuary and in turn yourself as the Auditor General, and give the fund a fairer feedback on the fair presentation of this provision. So this is also one element where we feel that with these engagements, we will avert the disclaimer or limitation of scope on the evaluation of these provisions. And the AGSA did mention that they're also in the process of appointing their own actuary. I think they should be finalized by now in terms of the feedback we got. So for these 6, 7 disclaimer paragraphs out of the 14, we anticipate an improvement in the 25-26 audit cycle. Thank you, Chairperson. If you go to the next slide, the next slide speaks to This is also a very large area of our investment, reducing the unresolved incidents of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We report here that we have reduced fruitless expenditure of, so the register here, if I can just quickly emphasize, it originates from as far back as 2012, 2013, incidents that the auditors found and put them and declare them as fruitless expenditure, which today it is very difficult to establish the accounting records that make up those expenses. But however, because we have capacitated the internal control unit with professionals that understand the financial misconduct cases, accounting, and the legal prescripts, together with the there's a committee called FinMec, Financial Misconduct Committee. Yes, FinMec. They also help the Commission and DG in facilitating the recommendations of the work we do at the Internal Control Subdirectorate. So because of these investments into consultants to help us, we have managed to reduce from 659 million to 310 million of historical fruitless and useful expenditure, and reduction in the irregular was from 462 447. So this is quite a good progress. And the non-compliance paragraph on the audit report, we are aiming to make sure that we reduce that. But however, Chairperson, if you go to the next slide. Next slide is where our biggest pains are, because these are now long-term problems. These are, in terms of our assessment, we found that one is not able to remove a disclaimer of audit opinion on revenue from non-exchange transactions and statutory receivable within 31st May 2026. The reason is that both revenue benefits and how they affect prior period adjustments, they are also driven by the deficiency of data or in data, limitation of scope of the past, which affect our carry forward balances. And for this, progress and challenges are also presented on slide 26. If members would have looked at slide 26, we have grouped audit findings by communication of audit finding numbers that make up limitation of scope within the compensation fund. And the concentration is on revenue and benefits, and debtors, of course, yes. And of course, these, when we don't remediate the cleansing of data year in, year out, these carry forward balances will persist within the fund. We need a strong management action to address these issues as well. For fruitless expenditure, make sure that our claims administration system does not allow for matters of duplicates. If one looks at, I think it's slide number 49, that speaks of the system's configuration to not detect a claim that is maybe processed twice. When that is, if that incident do occur, it exacerbates the incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So issue of systems for configurations there, I think we'll talk about IT matters in some of the slides, is also one aspect that should help us to avert or prevent recurrence of fruitless expenditure. Chairperson, if you can go to the next slide. I think it's 11:34, so I'm mindful also that I probably have 2 minutes left for Commissioner to do the MIs. Concentration of audit findings, Chairperson, similar matter was emphasized. The previous slide talks to this, if members can just take note. Next slide speaks to the drivers of long-term actions. In this next slide, we try to emphasize and give rationale to why we classify other findings as long-term, other actions as long-term, because they depend on ICT and systems, ICT systems and infrastructure. Others are mere policy and making sure that you have a data or debt collection intervention, for example, because in the statutory receivable, you have debtors that do not exist in terms of, we cannot prove existence. There's an amount, but there's no invoice. There's no statement of account that this requires for cleanup, that there be a tracing to find out. And that's a long-term action to deal with the 36 billion worth of debtors book. The last, if I can just emphasize the management, what is it? I think the bottom slide, I mean, the bottom portion of the slide speaks about loss of records. This was already emphasized in the previous slides to say pensioner employer records lost, weak historical controls resulting in financial misstatements, 82 prior year errors. The fund is working on this and it's not an immediate one. So, sorry, we now have said that we need to reconstruct a register for legacy data and deal with these things once and for all and get certification by IT. Chairperson, the last slide before I give to Commissioner is the exact register on the next slide. Sorry, the next slide. Next slide. Next one. Yes, this one. So this is how our register looks like to make sure that we segregate and populate legacy data per financial system that we migrated from and financial year, and take the appropriate action in terms of these columns to make sure that the accounting, all these decisions are followed by accounting, ICT certification of maybe inability to access the system and so on, that we lost maybe the rights to the system and the state of obsolescence of that system. And on those bases, we are able to inform the delegated person, Commissioner DG, to write off or condone the removal, and the accounting will follow. And maybe going forward, we have a cleaner compensation fund. Thank you, Chairperson. Commissioner will take from here.
Thank you, Chairperson. So Matabella, if you can please go to slide 16. So these are the material irregularities. I know it's 11:36, and I was ensure that we are within the timeline. So this is just a high-level overview of the 3 material irregularities that AGSA formally notified the compensation fund. You can see the individual values, which I'll talk to later, but it does have a approximate value of 6 million rand in total. If we go to the next slide, slide 17. In slide 17, what we are trying to demonstrate to members is that in terms of material irregularities, the fund is now shifting its management of how we approach material irregularities. Yes, we would do, as you can see, there are 5 blocks there and phases, as you would say. Phase 1 and phase 2, we used to identify and investigate. But now what we have done and we've demonstrated in the material irregularities is that for phase 3, we have remediation controls such as biometrics and ABS. In phase 4, we are, working together with asset forfeiture unit on tracing, and we have to also have dependencies on state attorney and the NPA, etc., on criminal cases. And commitment, what's in phase 5 is where we discipline officials. In the next slide, slide 18. So slide 18 is important for us. What we would like to, especially stress here with the committee is that this section shows you and demonstrates to you the ICT solution architecture that we as the compensation fund deployed to enable that all controls related to the material irregularities were addressed. There are 4 layers which we implemented. I apologize for the first layer biometric. It's supposed to be 1,338 user fingerprints, which is the total of staff within the fund, which includes provinces. And also, these controls where, for example, in layer 2, what we've done is we've ensured that no banking details can actually be captured without the verifiable documents. And then in layer 3, in terms of segregation of duties, also, we've ensured that there is not one person who captures and approves the transaction. And in layer 4, which is very important for us, the account verification system, we are ensuring that the money goes into the correct accounts. If we go to slide 19, slide 19 is just a brief summary of each MI, what it is and what is the status of that MI. There was it was an unauthorized change of banking details. There was a loss of 1.47 million. That 1.47 million has been recovered. We have 100% recovery rate. and our controls, which I've spoken to. I'm not going to duplicate because that slide of ICT controls was deployed. We had a working session with the Auditor General, and they've confirmed implementation of these controls, and they are happy with that implementation. Slide 20, which is MI2. MI2 relates to duplicate employer registration, which resulted in revenue loss for us. The revenue loss of 1.63 million. We identified the employer. We've issued them through the state attorney with an official letter of demand and even a court summons. And in terms of system controls, the online registration reject was implemented, and that has resulted in improvements there, which AGSA has also agreed on. Slide 21. On slide 21, on MI3, we had a 2.9 million rand loss. There was some, challenges in terms of the investigator, etc., on that. But what we did do then is our own anti-corruption integrity management unit then initiated and completed our internal reinvestigation. And we even identified potential 21 million rand additional losses, which we have reported to AG. On the financial recovery, we do have about 12 million rand that asset forfeiture unit has traced. And on the disciplinary hearings, 5 individual officials were implicated. They have been suspended, and we are conducting disciplinary hearings, which is ongoing. Slide 22. I think slide 22 for us is just a slide that consolidates everything that I've said prior. So it's just a quick picture of what it looks like in terms of recovery. And as you can see, we are actively pursuing the recovery, but obviously CFMI1, we have 100% recovery. And on the next slide, slide 23, slide 23 is just a matrix also, which quantifies where our issues are. And, in terms of AG, in terms of the dates that we have to present on, and also the escalation risks there. So for us, MI2 and MI3 is a high risk because we're still pursuing recovery within those material irregularities. And then the last slide for us, which is slide 24, it's just a final slide, and we just want to set out to you that these are our 3 concrete institutional commitments that we can demonstrate as management. Number 1, we have finalized our system controls, and we have those implemented in terms of fraud. Number 2, we are executing the legal and disciplinary milestones in terms of MI3 and MI2. And the third commitment that we want to also give is that the Office of the Director General does chair a monthly MI oversight forum. And, through that monthly MI forum, we're ensuring that there's no regression, and we stay firmly in our execution phase to resolve these material irregularities. And that is the end of our slide. The rest are the annexures, which the CFO is giving the details, etc., on what he had presented on the audit action plan. It is 11:43, Chairperson, and we are complete with our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ADG and Deputy Minister. Can I then take from here, or you want to add anything? Okay, I take it that then there is no addition from either the ADG or the Deputy Minister. I will now get to the point of getting members who would want to engage with the presentation. So if I can get hands, I do note that there were also those matters of network.
Yes, Chair. Can I be noted? I'm struggling with the network.
Okay, Honorable Maetso, you'd be first. I suggest that given what you are raising, you are able to proceed as I note the other members. Honorable Maetso.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, Chair, let's welcome the presentation by the department, the entities, and also greetings to the minister who was here earlier, but due to other work commitment, she could not be here. But if she's here, no problem, Chair. My greetings go to her as well, and to the deputy ministers, members of the portfolio committee. Chair, I will focus primarily on the department itself, and given the worries that one has in as far as the presentation is concerned. And I must indicate, Chair, that through the observations, of course, going through the reports, in particular to the department continues to experience the recurring weaknesses in the financial management and the compliance oversight. And this also, Chair, tells you why the department has received a qualified audit opinion, primarily because of the AGSA was unable to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence supporting non-current receivable amounting to 59 million. Now, the department also recorded material misstatements relating to receivables, movable, tangible assets, and irregular expenditure. Additional findings related to non-compliance in procurement and contract management, weak asset safeguarding controls, and insufficient evidence that disciplinary action had been taken against officials responsible for irregular and fruitless expenditure, as it was highlighted in the compensation fund. At least the commissioner gave us hope that they are taking serious actions against the officials that are found in wrongdoings. Now, Chair, the findings suggest that the department's control environmental remains weak despite the implementation of audit action plans, and internal monitoring interventions are also weak. Chair, fast forward, another concern relates to staff debt management within the department. Staff debt amounted to 19.6 million, with bursary debts accounting for 46% of the balance, leave without pay accounting for 33%, and salary overpayment accounting for 21%. This raises a serious concern, Chair. Management acknowledged that adequate controls governing the recovery of leave without pay and salary overpayments currently lacking. Now, Chair, this indicates broader weaknesses in payroll administration, debt management, and internal financial controls. Equally, the inability to effectively recover debts owed to the department not only affects financial accountability, but also reflects shortcomings in administrative oversight systems. Chair, I don't want to speak about the ICT environment, which remains the most critical risk areas affecting governance and financial reporting. The AG has identified that, and it continues to come back over and over and over. And this also contributes significantly to irregular expenditure and deficiencies in annual financial statements. Material irregularities were also identified regarding unused and underutilized ERP software licenses procured through SAP for Dell. Chair, fast forward in concluding this observation. The presentation by the department and its entities demonstrates generally, and that's the common key thing that one has observed. The portfolio continues to face significant governance, financial mismanagement, ICT and compliance challenges despite ongoing implementation of audit action plans, which they have. While progress has been reported in certain areas, particularly within the unemployment insurance fund, which we are happy, and I'm not going to enter into that. I must say the chair says that the broader institutional recovery and stabilization faces rather than a position of sustained governance maturity. Chair, I will go straight to the questions that I've also highlighted in as far as the observation is concerned. That the first question will be, what specific corrective actions has the Department of Employment and Labor implemented to resolve the issues leading to the qualified audit opinion on non-current receivables amounting to this 59 million, and how it is ensuring the provision of sufficient supporting documentation and accurate accounting to prevent future audit limitations? Equally, Chair, the similar question as number one of this 59 million goes to the specific corrective measures, which also that we want to know what the department is doing in terms of 271.2 million, which is also a recurrence of the irregular expenditure, and also the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been identified by the AG. The second question, the third question, Chair, will be, given the significant amount of irregular expenditure of the same amount of 271, there is also 1.8 million that is also a wasteful expenditure. And therefore, I want to know that what will be the improvements is the department making to consequence management the similar way in this compensation fund, so that the expenditure controls can be implemented to ensure timely investigation, recoveries, and disciplinary measures against officials responsible for these financial losses. The second last question, Chair, how is the department addressing the ongoing ICT governance and cybersecurity weaknesses, including underutilized software license, legacy system vulnerabilities, inadequate disaster recovery testing, and poor network performance to align with the Petuho project objectives and secure its information systems against emerging threats? And Chair, we want progress here. We don't want to be told that as a portfolio committee that we are anticipating to do this and that. The Petuho has been a problem over time. And therefore, we would want to know actually the concluding part of the solution towards this particular matter. The last one, Chair, what measures have been taken to strengthen the controls around staff debt recovery, particularly concerning bursary debts, leave without pay, salary overpayments that collectively from 100% of the 19.6 that I've mentioned through my observation, staff debt, and how is the department enhancing its governance framework to reduce the future expenditure, Chair? If time permits, Chair, we will also request you to come back. However, Chair, let me, in the interest of time, pause for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maejo. Honorable Slepe. Honorable Slepe, you can unmute and proceed. Doesn't seem like Honorable Slepe hears me. I will then move to another member. Honorable Mukwili asked to be recognized.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Welcome to South Africa, Honorable Slepe.
Hello, Chair.
No,
So, Honorable
very much.
Mukwili, you can hold the beat. Honorable
Okay,
Slepe
all right.
now unmuted. You will then follow.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I know The technology is not that good today. I don't know what's happening because you touching this one is dying, it's giving you errors. But nevertheless, Chairperson, thank you very much for welcoming me back. I'm surprised my friend Mukweli didn't say anything of me that I should be welcome back in the country. On the lighter note, Chair. Chair, let me start by maintaining the protocol observed by my other colleague, Mayeso, and also, Chairperson, before I dwell on the presentation, Chair, let me touch base on the minister's remarks. Chairperson, I looked at the stats that was very disturbing of that as the country, more in particular in the youth that we are now almost facing half of youth in South Africa, 50% of the youth is unemployed, according to the latest release stats. It's quite disturbing, Honorable Chairperson, that then the department managed to fight this. We are experiencing the complete failure of increasing number of unemployment. Chairperson, I'm really worried that the country is failing like dismally in fighting this pandemic of unemployment, and that it shows something that what we thought that the department has been doing, it surely indicating that there's a huge gap and a failure, and that might be the cause of one, it's ignoring to identify the real cause of what causing this number of unemployed to rise up like this now skyrocketing like the fuel price. Like, it's the really challenge that we need to zoom in. The real challenge, what is it? Perhaps it might be what everyone is ignoring. People themselves, they might know what is the challenge and they might have the solution of this thing of them not being working. And there's no issue of that they are not employable. We can't have unemployed graduates and then one coming up with the issue of that, there's no skilled people are not employable. That's not the truth, but we need to zoom in there and check what is the real issue of that. Chairperson, I am now checking here. It's disturbing me listening to the submission by SEE that the COVID relief fund, the accountability of that money, there's still a huge gap, regardless of the report that was tabled by the president from the SIU. But still, there's a huge gap. Chairperson, if the report still indicates that the money that is supposed to be accounted for we are still having some loophole, and we are still having some unanswered questions. I know this thing happened during the last administration, of which is the sixth administration. If it's possible to get the latest report on that administration to check what was happening during the time of reporting this matter, because we cannot keep quiet as business, as everything is fine. The public funds being misused, the system failing to pick up that this person is paying the diseased people, like foreign nationals are being paid via the test. There's a lot that is being happening with this. Then also tells you that the system itself is not okay. We cannot be happy with the system that is there. We need to verify whomsoever is in charge of that system. We might have the problem there. Why is the system was not picking up such things? Because we need to put measures in place. If you are dealing with such amount of money, we need to get the final report that our public who are following this department to put the matter to rest, provided everything has been thorough, investigated, and the consequence management has been applied to those wrong to all of those people who are involved and wrong to us. And we want to see people who are linked to those people, because it cannot be those people they had no one in the departments. And with the Department of Home Affairs also, we want to check, are those officials still working for the department after these allegations? Also, Chairperson, we need to know that so that we can have our own recommendation for such officials, because our country, the politicians are one quickly to be blamed, forgetting that people who are worse in doing these things are officials themselves. Because we as politicians, we're not doing anything, we're not working with monies, anything, but the officials are the one who directed to the public coffers. They are the one who are doing this corruption with whomsoever they are conducting this thing. Chairperson, just few questions. I just want to pause with regard to this presentation. I just want to check that does the department have sufficient technical and financial ICT capacity to implement its institutional reform program efficiently? And two, what is the role is internal audit currently playing in monitoring implementation of the audit action? And also, what role is the audit currently playing in plan, and what does the gap remain between management report implementation in internal audit validation? And the other question, Chair, I want to pose is with regarding the UIF, that what factors contributed to the UIF achieving comparative stronger implementation progress on its audit action plan relative to other entities within the portfolio? And also, Chair, what measures are being implemented to strengthen the investment controls and reduce risk associated with unlisted investment within the UIF? And then the second last question, what progress has been made in finalizing valuation and write-off policies relating to unlisted investment? In conclusion, Chairperson, I just want to check what lessons from the UIF audit recovery process can transfer to other entities within the employment and labor portfolio. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Slepe, Honorable Mukwili, and Honorable Nontselo Bilas.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome back, my friend, from wherever you were. I was not aware that you are not in the country. Greetings to you, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chairperson, and to the Minister in absentia. Greetings to all the directors and commissioners that are in here and fellow colleagues. My name is Tebogo. I think I'm audible enough, Chair. I'm very much struggling with the network. My questions have already been put there. I hope that they will be answered. However, I just need to indicate few concerns in terms of the UIF's performance. Yes, they are trying their best. However, you cannot always praise a fish for swimming. And the issue of labor activation program is a huge concern. Even today in the presentation, they have indicated that the boxes were lost with the information. It's a really concern for us because we view labor activation program as one of the pillars or the tools that can eradicate unemployment and match the skills to employment that will be sustainable and not just an opportunity. So my concern and my plea to the department and to the UIF is that let us take this matter of labor activation program serious because it's a very important tool. Number two, Chair, we cannot be sitting here again this year talking about the legacies of unaccounted finances, and we don't have a system to recoup or to get that monies that were lost, or systems that will align to the losses of that monies in terms of compensation fund, the historic mismanagement of funds that are close to 200 if not 300 million. We need to have a system where we can be able to trace and track the corruption that is happening amongst these entities. You know what? Taken care of or well administered. The people that gets the pinch or that gets the pain are our fellow workers. So if the compensation fund still doesn't have the system to address the historic corruption and the current corruption that is happening in the entity, we are going to have a very serious problem. Lastly, Chair, we acknowledge as the portfolio committee that the department is struggling to address the issue of the ICT. We acknowledge we need a report, Chair, that will speak to the monies that were spent for this Dipetogo ICT and the ICT in general, because most of the irregularities that happens within the system, within the department, within the UIF, within the compensation fund is as a result of the inaccurate ICT system that is not speaking to the current challenges that we are having. So I'm pleading with you, Chair, that we need to have a comprehensive report from both UIF and compensation fund that speaks direct to the challenges of the ICT. My questions were already posted because I'm struggling. I'm in the deep rurals, Chair. It's very painful for our people, even now, not having access to the means of communication. You know, where I am, I'm close to the borders of Botswana, and the only a network that I can access is the network of Orange from Botswana. So imagine our people that are staying in those deep rural areas of Northwest in Ratlo municipality, where they can't even access network. It's very painful. We need to also deal with that. Thank you.
Honorable Mukwele. Like I said, then I will take Honorable Nansele. That's the end I see. Glass.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Good day to you, and good day to Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans. Honorable Chair, I'm going to cover some sections, but I will also take a pause, but then come back again. My point, Chair, relates to the presentation that has been made with regard to Unemployment Insurance Fund audit action plan, which I think we appreciate the effort that has been made, and congratulate the department for, in particular, dealing with the issues that continue to plague this entity. And we think that the steps that have been taken so far are quite impressive, but there are a number of areas that, however, that would want to raise, so that these are taken into account as the process of repositioning the entity unfolds. Chair, just few notes before my questions. That the UIF's audit action plan demonstrate commendable progress in addressing long-standing audit findings, which is essential to fostering financial discipline and ensuring value for money amid a challenging economic backdrop. Historically, the UIF has faced recurrent issues such as the investment irregularities, benefits processing inefficiencies, and the revenue recognition challenges, which have compromised both its operational effectiveness and public trust. The current comprehensive approach, which includes strengthening governance frameworks, enhancing internal controls, and implementing rigorous validation and monitoring structures, reflects a determined effort to break away from past inefficiencies and build a more resilient institution. Also, Chair, we note further that the UIF's historical legacy, marked by both its pivotal role in providing social insurance and operational challenges it has encountered. The audit action plan serves as a critical instrument for transformative change, ensuring financial discipline in a stagnating economy is not only about compliance, but also about optimizing scarce resources to protect vulnerable workers and support economic stability through timely benefit payments and effective programs like the Labor Activation Program and the Employer-Employee TERS. The plan's success hinges on translating procedural improvements into tangible outcomes, including the full resolution of material irregularities and the restoration of stakeholder confidence. This untimely contributes to the UIF's mission of being a trusted and viable income security provider, whilst aligning with broader economic growth plans. My questions, Chair, that I would want to raise in this regard. The first question, Chair, that I want to pose is that, given that the investment-related audit findings have persisted over multiple years with only partial resolution, what specific measures are being taken to address the root causes of irregularities? Excuse me. and to ensure robust verification to investee companies' financials beyond appointing auditors, especially considering the reliance on external data sources such as the PIC, and how is the UIF ensuring that these measures will fully mitigate risk of financial misstatements and losses going forward? My second question, Chair, considering the rejection by the National Treasury of the UIF's request to be exempted from GRAP accounting standards and the ongoing need to revise revenue policies to comply with GRAP on a cash basis, what impact does this have on the completeness and accuracy of revenue recognition? And how is the UIF managing the risk related to unresolved audit findings on revenue from non-exchangeable transactions? And what are the expected timelines for finalizing the updated policies and achieving full compliance? My third question, Chair. The audit report highlights capacity constraints and reliance on external stakeholders as significant challenges delaying the implementation of corrective actions. How is the UIF planning to expedite recruitment and enhance the internal capacity, particularly in critical areas such as the labor activation program, monitoring and supply chain management controls? What interim measures are in place to prevent governance weaknesses from adversely affecting audit outcomes until capacity issues are resolved? My first and last question, Chair. Material irregularities involving the COVID TARES payment, including payments to deceased beneficiaries and double dipping, have resulted in substantial financial, part of which remains outstanding. How effective have the current corrective and recovery measures have been in minimizing future irregular payments? What mechanisms are in place to improve earlier detection and prevention of such irregularities? And what lessons have been learned to strengthen internal controls against fraud and technical errors? Those are my four questions, Honorable Chairperson. As I've indicated, I will come back again so that I will allow other members also to participate. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm done, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you, Honorable Ansel, on those questions regarding the UIF. Honorable Maetsu, Honorable Mukwili, Honorable Slepe. I may just check if there are still further questions. I wanted that when we get responses at once and only entertain follow-up questions if there are follow-up questions. Honorable Maetsu.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I would want to focus now on the SEE, particularly the observation, which is not going to be long, that one also has observed during the reading of the documents that were submitted to us. Chair, while the audit plan is true in its technical prescription, it appears there are still ongoing challenges reflected in pending discussions with the Auditor General. These unresolved issues may risk delaying the full realization of financial improvements, which is particularly concerning given the economic stagnation that constrains revenue growth and funding availability. The plan could be strengthened by integrating more strategic elements that promote sustainable financial innovation and cost efficiency tailored to the unique needs of the community of people living with disability. In conclusion and in sum, SEE's audit action plan is a solid foundation for financial discipline in a constrained environment. And we all know, Chair, that it's not easy for SEE to continue as if everything is normal, but continuous refinement and alignment with its social objectives will be crucial in maximizing both financial and developmental outcomes. Now, the questions, Chair, which I think there are three, emanating from this observation. How does SEE plan to address the unresolved audit findings with Auditor General to ensure timely resolution and prevent delays in financial reporting and compliance? The second question, Chair, what specific measures are being implemented to improve the accuracy and completeness of the fixed assets register and inventory adjustments to strengthen financial controls as outlined in the audit action plan? And the last question, Chair, in what ways is SEE integrating strategic financial management practices that promote sustainability and cost efficiency while maintaining its mandate to support previously disadvantaged groups, particularly people living with disabilities? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maheto. Any other member? I see Honorable Nanzela. Last.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thanks for this opportunity again. Honorable Chairperson, I want also to come back and conclude on the compensation fund 2024-2025 audit action plan. Just like earlier on when I was talking to the UIF, one wants to make just few observations before going directly to the question. That the audit action plan represents a vital attempt to address long-standing financial and operational shortcomings rooted in a historical legacy issues and legacy systems constraints. The plan's structured approach dividing audit actions into short-term quick wins and longer-term systemic reforms is commendable for its recognition that immediate fixes, whilst necessary, cannot replace the foundational work needed to ensure sustainable financial discipline and value for money. This phase approach aligns with the best practice in change management, particularly in entities burdened by governance and data challenges, as it balances urgent compliance demands with the strategic overhaul required to achieve clean audit outcomes. These are the observation one makes, Chair. An additional point, I want to also to conclude on the observations is with regard to the historical legacy of the fund. That the compensation fund's historical legacy of audit disclaimers and financial irregularities. The current audit action plans marks a pivotal turning point, but one that is characterized by a considerable challenges. The legacy of data limitations and obsolete systems has perpetuated non-compliance, impacting not only audit outcomes, but also the fund's ability to deliver on its mandate efficiently amidst the economic constraint. To preserve value for money, it is imperative that beyond ticking off audit findings, the fund commits to embedding robust controls that mitigate risk, improve data integrity, and streamline claims processing, Only through sustained systemic remediation and disciplined governance can the fund ensure financial discipline, restore confidence among stakeholders, and deliver social protection efficiently, especially at a time when economic growth is stagnant and public resources are increasingly scarce. Those are the points, Chair, in terms of observations that I wanted to make in appreciation of the presentation that has been made, but also raising the critical questions that the department, through the managers of the fund, should be able to respond. My first question, Chair, what specific measures are being implemented to accelerate the resolution of overdue audit actions, particularly those related to compensation benefits and statutory receivables, given their critical impact on financial reporting accuracy and value for money? My second question, Chair, how is the compensation fund addressing legacy data issues and the risk of ongoing contamination between historical anomalies and current year transactions, and what assurances exist that data reconstruction efforts will be both comprehensive and be verifiable? My third question, given the long timelines for systemic reforms stretching to 2027 and beyond, what interim controls or risk mitigation strategies are in place to safeguard against financial mismanagement and fraudulent activities in the period leading up to full resolution? My fourth question, in the light of capacity constraint noted within the Anti-Fraud and Integrity Management Unit and the ICT Department, what human resource and skills development plans have been formulated to strengthen internal investigation capabilities to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure? My last question, Chair, which is question number 5. How does management ensure ongoing and effective engagement with key stakeholders, such as the Auditor General of South Africa and the Public Investment Corporation, to verify the progress of audit action implementation and validate the reliability of reconstructed audit trails? Those are my 5 questions, Chair, that is with regard to compensation fund. Thank you, Chair.
I'll take a hand.
I'm done, Chair.
I'm trying to check the is also a member.
Somebody was speaking.
I was not sure whether she is in another one or by mistake the mic just got unmuted. We can then proceed to the responses in the order that the presentation would have occurred, unless the Deputy Minister wants to come earlier. But I would have preferred that you would come later to close on the presentation. I've also been notified that he is also been in and out as a result of the network. I'm not sure if that situation has improved now, but I do see him on the platform. But like I said, the choice will be definitely his if he wants to lay the ground or he wants to close off the gaps at the end. Otherwise, I would give the opportunity in the order of presentation. I take it that you are covered, Deputy Minister, that you would probably close the gaps later. Okay, as I do that, maybe just for purposes of getting a proper summary after that, SCE, as you respond to that question of or the observation about the capacity, being able to put up the action plans and able to resolve some of the things as presented, whether there was external capacity used or it is the internal capacity. I think the question is really about ensuring that once matters are resolved, you do not only have the people, the procedures and the systems, processes that are in place, but you have people continuously who are able to oversee that so that there's no reversal in that regard. So if you can, as you respond, at least speak to that issue. Yeah, as I say, I've taken the copious notes on all other matters, but just on this one, as you respond at your time. So can we start with the department, AG?
With regards to the department, the question around the corrective action on the qualification of the 59 million asked by Honorable Member Mayekiso. The actions that we have taken.
Maezo, so.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Maezo.
Yes.
The actions that we have taken with regard to the qualification. The qualification is mainly due to the two figures that were outstanding, that were due by UIF and TTS. Collectively, they amounted to 59 million. And AG was was asking the question around the recoverability of that amount. On the action plan, we indicated our actions that we're going to take. With regard to UIF, the issue was around the supporting documentation, which resulted them in not settling the amount. That issue has been, by end of the year.
Honorable Pule, us now. It's the second time. Honorable Pule, please monitor that your mic is muted. Yeah, please proceed, CFO.
Yes, with regard to UIF, the documents were set, various meetings were arranged with UIF, and effectively it was agreed that they're going to settle that amount. And that was the final agreement that was endorsed by the accounting officer. And that information was presented to AG. AG was happy with that resolution. With regards to TTS as well, various information that was outstanding from TTS was submitted and the amount was expensed in the department. All those entries were submitted to the AG and AG is happy with what we have done. So from where I'm sitting at this point, AG has already looked into the qualification and their view is that they are happy with the actions we have taken. Hence the 59 million qualification, in our view, has been set aside. With regard to the irregular expenditure of 271 million and 1.8 fruitless and wasteful, these are the ICT contracts. It's not that it's provided, just few transactions, one or two transactions from ICT, which are in their nature have got a high value money attached to them that were found to be regular. And the wasteful expenditure, it also has to do with the license, unutilized licenses. Those cases have been presented to the local review, to the loss control committee, and the cases, because of their amount, LCC have requested the assistance of risk management into compiling the investigation report and indicating who is responsible. As soon as the platform that the investigation is finalized and department has taken action, the committee will be updated on the outcome of those cases. On the ongoing ICT issues, I think Alex, Chief Director ICT, will address to that, and the staff debt measures taken to improve the controls. I think DDG Corporate Services will also have to will deal with. I will ask her to deal with those issues. The role of the internal audit with regard to the action plan. I will just take a bite on this one. Probably the DG, acting DG might also want to revisit my response. But as soon as we complete the audit action plan, we submit it to internal audit to do the adequacy assessment test, to then check whether the actions that we have put forward are adequate to address the finding. And the report is made available to ESCO, to management. Secondly, they further do the effectiveness test, the one that I think is in the presentation, the report of which was presented on the 13th of 18th of March. There's the result of the effectiveness test. There's the work that is done also
How
by
many
the
kilometers from here to Mpumalanga Airport now?
Can the ICT have to mute Honorable Bule completely? Otherwise, we are having disruptions now. ICT, please help in that regard, that we do not have that again. Can we proceed?
Yes, Chair, I was referring to the second test that is done by internal audit on the action plan, which is the effectiveness test. The result of which is the slide number 6 on my presentation from that exercise from the internal audit, where they check how far are we in terms of on the achievement of the action plan. I think the results are there on slide number 6 on my presentation. I think DG, if probably will also want to add on that one, I will welcome the additions. May I then request the my colleague ICT and to address the ICT issues and the staff debt, DDG Corporate Services. Thank you.
Through you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I believe that it will only make sense that the reports in relation to what has been requested can be actually be sent, because they are more detailed than the presentation that I made earlier on. There is a report that talks to the SEP licenses that has already been forwarded to our DG that can be shared with the members. That report talks to how the licenses were acquired and what led to the delays in the implementation, which ended up with AG raising a funding relating to underutilized licenses. And the steps that we have taken as the Office of the CIO in trying to deal with this matter to make sure that we reduce the licenses that we believe that they are no longer going to be used, and also to terminate those licenses that we feel that they are no longer needed, and remain with a maintenance base that comes from 66 million per annum to 30 million per annum, which is where we are at the moment. And as I have highlighted, Chairperson, to say, going forward, with the number of licenses that we have terminated and those ones that we have reduced, we do not anticipate any material irregularity going forward on the SEP licenses. For example, Chairperson, in the last audit, there were no material irregularities raised under SEP. We only had a fruitless expenditure on 2 licenses out of 2,000 licenses from Microsoft. And those 2 licenses amounted to 200,000 out of 200 million that we are paying to Microsoft on a 3-year contract. And we have changed the way we license ourselves as the department. We engaged Microsoft, we engaged SEP. We have then embarked on subscription model, whereby you pay as you use, to avoid this thing of getting into a 3-year contract. And then it so happens that after you have acquired those licenses, some of the staff members, they leave the department, and those licenses, they become, they don't get to be used. They are underutilized. This is where the last finding with regard to the licenses, Microsoft licenses, comes from. We had 2 members who left the department, and those licenses amounted to 200,000 out of the 200 million that we have paid to Microsoft. I also need to highlight that when it comes to SEP, there is also the Diphetogo project. The Diphetogo project, this is where now we are implementing the very same SEP software that we have acquired. And as I have highlighted, Chairperson, to say, the licenses, they do belong to the department. The only challenge is that those licenses, if you are not using them, they get accompanied by a maintenance cost. Now, if you are utilizing those licenses, then the maintenance cost is justifiable. Meaning, for us to be able to utilize all the licenses that we have procured, we need to go live with the Diphetogo project. Where we are currently with the Diphetogo project, as much as it is a project that comes from way back 2018, and we are where we are at the moment, due to the number of challenges that will be highlighted in the report. It's quite a list of them. And those challenges, Chairperson, are not only on the side of the service provider who is implementing this SEP solution for us. It is also on the department side where there were challenges. There were also challenges that were related to COVID and other challenges as well, but they will be highlighted on that report. But what I'm trying to highlight here, Chairperson, is to say, we are at the verge of going live with most of the modules of the Diphetogo. We started going live towards the end of the financial year. And we expect that going forward in the next coming 6 months, we will have gone live with all the modules of the department, excluding UIF. Now, if we are able to achieve that as the department and be able to achieve the go live with UIF before the end of the financial year, we will have dealt with the issue of underutilized licenses. And that simply means this contract Diphetogo project, which is 360 million. We will have realized value out of it because we will have gone live and the systems will be usable. That will not only deal with the financial issues, because currently what we have spent on that project is 220 million. And we are still left with around 140 million to spend on this project. If we are able to go live and we successfully do so and use the applications, this is going to deal with the legacy systems that we have in the department. And subsequently, it will deal with the vulnerabilities that are coming or that are being exposed by the legacy systems. And this will improve our security controls and also improve our security posture. The challenge that we have in terms of security, cybersecurity matters, are mainly related to legacy systems, aging infrastructure. Because when you have a legacy system, there is infrastructure that you cannot refresh or replace, because this system only operates on certain infrastructure. But if we get to go live with the Diphetogo project, as we are anticipating that by the end of the financial year, we will have gone live with full modules of the Diphetogo project, then this issue of legacy systems will start to be sunsetted. The issue of vulnerabilities that are coming through legacy systems will be sunsetted. And the aging infrastructure in the department will be replaceable, of which is already a project that is already underway. And where we are at the moment, we are at the finalization stages of procurement. In terms of dealing with cybersecurity matters, we have appointed CSIR, and we believe that CSIR has put in place all the necessary tools to protect the department, except where we have legacy systems, except where we have aging infrastructure that we cannot replace because of legacy systems. Although, as I have highlighted, Chairperson, to say, as we are going towards the end of this financial year, we will be able to be in a better posture and we'll have a better cybersecurity maturity level in the department. The report with regard to that, Chairperson, as I have highlighted, will be shared with the members. And it is a detailed report that relates to the Diphetogo. It is a detailed report that relates to the SAP licenses and the maintenance cost that comes with that. It is a report that deals with the cybersecurity matters to say, where are we with CSIR? As I have highlighted, there are tools that are in place. They have implemented the SOC, they have implemented the SIM, they have implemented the multi-factor authentication. So our posture has improved significantly if you are to compare to where we were in the previous year with the other service provider who was contracted to us. So that is why we are saying we believe that our collaboration with CSIR will yield good results at the end of the day. We just need to give them a chance as we are also dealing with the legacy systems. Chairperson, those reports, I believe, will provide a much more detail than the presentation that I'm making at the moment. I hope I have covered all the necessary questions that have been highlighted, Chairperson. Thank you.
Cooperate, or what do they say?
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. It's Bahumi Matebes, PDG Corporate Services here. Thanks a lot for this opportunity and good afternoon to you, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members, our Honorable Minister and our Honorable Deputy Minister. and my colleagues and all the stakeholders in the platform. And to my acting DG, Ms. Jackie Modisani. I'm going to respond to the issue of staff debt. The staff debt, if you look comparatively, I'm still waiting for the numbers for 25-26, but over time, the 23-24 comparison to 24-25 financial year, we saw numbers going down from 26 million in total to 19 million, as stated in the presentation. Now, that reduction goes to demonstrate the kind of interventions that HRM put in place to make sure that the staff debt reduces. I think the one that I need to point out, which is one of the big ones, it's the leave without pay, as well as the bursaries and the salary overpayment. Now, on the bursaries, we went down by 200,000, and leave without pay, we went down by 4 million in the two comparative years, and salary overpayment, we went down by 2 million. Now, on the bursaries, because it's one of those big ones, on the bursaries, what we decided was that because we've been using a manual system, we decided to go digital, and we are currently, what do we call it in IT terms? We've gone live with the first phase of the e-bursary system last year in March, at the end of the year, in March 2026, and we are going to carry out phase 2 in the current financial year. And the e-bursary is supposed to assist us in monitoring and also picking up employees that are defaulting in terms of their bursary commitments. And the other biggest thing that we did, which we realized was a gap in terms of our controls on the bursary management, was the issue of contracting and getting the applicants to acknowledge debt from day one when they sign the bursary contract. So we added that onto the contract so that we know that they will know also that from the beginning, the moment they default, it's going to be easy for us to recover, because that was a hurdle for us to recover in the previous times where the contract did not include the acknowledgement of debt from the onset. So that has been part of the contracting process, and it will also make it easier for the department to deduct this money from their salaries upon their default. Default normally would happen where they do not pass or they decide to leave the program in the middle of the duration of the program, or where they resign from the public service. If they retire from the public service, we just transfer the debt over to the other department to take over. And the other thing that we did was we're doing a periodical check on the existing bursaries so that we do follow-ups with the bursary holders, and we will then check on them quarterly and annually for them to give us results on how they're performing in terms of the program that they've undertaken. And I think those are the key things. There's a whole lot of other things that we decided to do. And also within the bursary debt, we've got old cases that we refer to legal services for handling, for further handling, either tracing or dealing with the state attorney to assist us in terms of how we can recover some of the old cases that are still outstanding. And the other last thing that we do on the bursary debt is, I think I touched on it when I talked about the circulation of termination. When the person leaves the department, then we make sure that we terminate, we send a termination form that is circulated throughout the different departments where there could be a debt of some sort, and then we pick up on that. If there's a debt, then we alert the employee that they need to pay that before we pay them their final, or we deduct it from the leave payout. And then when it comes to the salary payment, salary overpayment also went down drastically. Let's say leave without pay, we also went down drastically by 4 million, between 9.2 in 23-24 to 5.8 in 24-25. And this was also due to the fact that we did a roadshow with different provincial offices, because leave without pay is a very tricky one where you will not know sitting at headquarters that somewhere in the province there's someone who's not coming to work. Only a supervisor will be able to, not even the HRM unit within the province would be able to tell that a person in a particular labor center has not been coming to work, or they're saying they're sick, and yet when you look at the sick note and you take it through the health inspector, I don't know whether they call it state health, whatever, Alexander Forbes, then Alexander Forbes will then say, no, this is not, doesn't look authentic, and therefore we undergo, we take over, and we go through an investigation to determine whether that person who was saying they were sick in their period of absence were really telling the truth or they were authentic. Then upon discovering that actually this was not true, then that becomes it. Then it's then converted into leave without pay because of the fact that they were absent and they said they were sick, and yet the Alexander Forbes would have then determined that that was not a true reflection of the state of affairs. So that then becomes a leave without pay. Then we convert it to leave without pay. And salary overpayment would also happen in instances where a person gets a salary on the 15th of the month, for example, and they decide to resign 24 hours and they decide to leave the department. And remember, when you get paid on the 15th, it doesn't mean that you've been paid up to the 15th. It means you've been paid a full salary, but you still need to work the other 30 days. So that's how salary overpayment sometimes happens in terms of people that would terminate their employment within a short space of time and without giving any notice. So what we did also is that we encourage managers to track absence, prolonged absence from the office, or where people don't notify them on time. They need to just keep on tracking the employees to make sure that those who are not in the office, they are not in the office with prior authorization. So that's the, I think that's a bit from my side in terms of staff debt. And I was going to just check whether, I haven't received it. I wanted to check the numbers for this year so that at least if I talk about numbers, then it's easy to authenticate the numbers in terms of the debt, the staff debt, bursary debts. Bursary debts, as we're speaking now, we're sitting at 10 million from 19 million. 2024-25 was 19 million. Currently, we're sitting at 10 million. So that goes to show the impact of the measures that have been put by HRM to make sure that we deal with that particular type of debt. And leave without pay, also, okay, that one stayed the same because it shows a similar number to what it was the previous year in 24, 25, 26, 25, 26. And Chairperson, I think that's all from my side without belaboring the point. But thank you so much for that opportunity. I hope I answered properly. Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell, can proceed. Let's see.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon once more to honorable members and colleagues. I'm going to respond to the three questions raised by Honorable Maicho. On the first one, the question was, how does SEE plan to address the unresolved audit findings with the AGSA? On this one, Chair, the entity has developed and is working on a structured audit action plan, which is aimed at resolving audit qualification paragraphs, areas, and strengthening overall financial governance. So what we did, we have prioritized a continuous engagement with the AGSA to ensure that unresolved matters are clarified timeously and corrective actions are aligned with the audit recommendation. We do agree that unresolved audit actions or matters may negatively affect the improvement of our audit result and our institutional credibility. Therefore, we continue, we endeavor, Chair, sorry about that. We continue to proactively engage with the AGSA on all appropriate corrective measures that we've put in place, just for them to review them, and from time to time they give us those inputs which we incorporate. And we remain committed to fostering the culture of accountability, ethical governance, and proactive compliance to achieve sustainable audit improvement and clean administration. That talks to the first one. The second one, what specific measures are being implemented to improve the accuracy and completeness of the fixed asset register and inventory adjustment? Yeah, this Chair, as I indicated, that it's an area where we had some serious challenges with our fixed asset register. So we have implemented a number of corrective measures to improve the integrity of our fixed asset register and inventory management processes in line with the AGSA recommendation and applicable accounting standards. So some of the activities that we are implementing includes conducting regular physical verification of assets and inventory to confirm existence, condition, location, and ownership. We reconciling the fixed asset register with the general ledger and supporting documentation on monthly basis to ensure accuracy and completeness. We are reviewing and updating the asset management policy and standard operating procedure to ensure alignment with GRAP standards and treasury regulations. So those are some of the measures that we have put in place. And over and above that, we are working towards automation and digitization of certain asset and inventory management function through the CISPRO enhancement project to improve data reliability, reporting efficiency, and audit readiness. So all those, we believe that they will go a long way in addressing what has been our challenges with regard to our fixed asset register. And the third one was, in what ways is SE integrating strategic financial management practices that promote sustainability and cost efficiency while maintaining its mandate to support previously disadvantaged groups, particularly people living with disability? Chair, in line with our mandate, we are committed to balancing the financial sustainability with the developmental mandate of empowering our previously disadvantaged group, especially persons living with disability. So we do take into cognizance that sound financial management is critical for ensuring a continuous service delivery and long-term institutional reliance. And we are implementing a number of initiatives in that front, just to make sure that we are able to deliver. We are strengthening the budget planning and expenditure management to ensure that the resources are utilized economically, adequately, and efficiently. We're investing in digital transformation and automation processes through CISPRO enhancement project to improve operational efficiency, enhancing our revenue generation and partnership opportunities with our key stakeholders, and our studying internally within the portfolio of the Department of Labor. We were beginning to have those strategic engagement in order to collaborate. And then we're strengthening our governance, risk management, and oversight structures to improve accountability, transparency, and institutional credibility. So, Chair, those are the measures that we are putting in place, and we believe that they will go a long way in terms of ensuring that we strengthen our internal control ecosystem and our governance structures that will contribute towards improved audit opinion. And if I can add to the question, the comment that was raised by the chairperson, just to indicate the capacity that we utilized in arriving at some of these initiatives that you are implementing. Chairperson, you realize that some of this were as a result of lack of capacity, and we are working in order to ensure that we capacitate our financial management division. But we have procured the services of the external service provider who is assisting us on the financial front, the preparation of financial statement and closing of the previously identified audit qualification by the AGSA. So part of the work that they're doing in helping us to resolve the audit findings is to transfer skills and capacitate our internal personnel to ensure that by the time they leave, we have closed on this internal challenges, the audit findings, and we made sure that we prevent the non-occurrence through the implementation of effective internal controls to ensure that we can proactively identify these challenges before they hit us, which is the challenge that we experienced in the past because we were reactive, not being proactive in terms of dealing with these identified challenges within the SEE. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, SEE. UI.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to yourself, Chairperson, and honourable members for the questions asked. Chair, I beg your indulgence so that we can give the level of detail required, that my colleagues, the COO, CFO, LEPCD, they will all be quick, but they will go into detail on some of the issues that had been raised, and then I'll come quickly at the end. If you allow, Chair, I'll just direct the colleagues, COO.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, good day, committee members, and all protocol observed. Chair, I just want to come in first, maybe on the COVID issues that were raised and the internal control, which is more affected on material irregularity. I think, Chair, it's important for us to highlight first that the cases that are raised under material irregularity, they are not relating to our normal benefit that UIF pays. If you can check even the audit report for UIF before COVID, this issue were never raised in terms of us paying people that are deceased or paying people that are not qualifying. And even if you separate, you look at the normal benefit that we pay to our client and you look at COVID, those issues of, because the normal benefit, we use our existing systems. So our existing system, ever since we started, have been integrated with Home Affairs to make sure that every claim before we pay, we first check the status with Home Affairs to check if this person is being deceased or not. And as a result, that's why you see in our normal benefit payment, we don't have deceased payment. The deceased that are there are coming from COVID deaths. And if members can just recall, COVID deaths, when it hits in 2020, we were not using our normal system. We were not using our normal process. It was a new benefit that had to be developed from the beginning. Now, the biggest challenge that came, so it's a new system completely. It's not a system that we use as UIF normally to pay benefit. That system had to be developed in 2020 when COVID hit. Now, the biggest challenge with that was the system was developed within a period of about a month or 2 months. Now, obviously, because under normal process, when you develop a system, especially that you're going to pay, It takes time, it takes months, because you need to go integrate with other departments. You must also test it to check if it's working properly. And that is why when COVID there started, UIF indicated that they are not in a position to pay because we don't have systems, we don't have process. But during at the time, based on the engagement that were happening, that UIF had to respond, there was a system that was then built at the time, but it was built within a very short period of time. And that is the same system because it didn't go through the normal rigorous process in terms of testing and making sure that all the controls are covered. That's where a lot of gaps came in. And the main root cause of it was there was no proper time to develop a system that has got proper controls. And it's because of the time frame and the nature of everything that was happening at the time, because there was a committee involving all stakeholders to make sure that there's a response at the time. Now, one of the biggest issues, although that system was built, there was an integration that was built with Home Affairs. But how normally our process work with Home Affairs is they give us update because Home Affairs work from Monday until Friday, even UIF work from Monday until Friday. So they normally will give you an update of their system or whoever people, even at the time, people were registering people that are deceased or whatever during the week. But during COVID, because of the death rate was very high, Home Affairs system was open even weekends for them to register death, to issue death certificate and all of that because of the high rate at the time. Whereas the gap at the time that was picked up was UIF system at the time was only receiving updates during the week. So the death one that were processed at the time that were not picked up were those ones that it was registered over the weekend. So what was then done was then the system was then changed to say the update must also include weekend. But if you can check, those payment only happened when the system started. I think it was in 2020. When you check at subsequent payment that were done in 2021, 2022, and all the subsequent period, there were no longer death benefit. It only relating to the first payment. The second one as well, that it relates to the issue of double, where they were end up being double dipping that were happening at the time. It's the same issue because of the system was built within that short period. It was not integrating in terms of, because what was happening at the time was the way presidency was issuing the different directives almost weekly, that it will indicate to say this sector is now open or this sector is closed, and then there will be a new directive. Now, obviously, even if the directive is changed within 2 weeks, it takes a system time for it to be enhanced. You are not able to change a system within a day or within 2 days. So during when they were changing the directive, and the system was still enhanced in the process of it being enhanced, that's where some of those payments went through. But immediately after the system was enhanced and all of those enhancements were then done in the system, that gap was then closed. And as you can see as well on that one, it only relates to about 2020, 2021. Subsequent to other years, there were never those payments. So majority of the issues that are on material irregularity, they only happened in 2020 during that period. And the main root cause of it was the fund never had enough time to implement proper system because they were not given proper time that normally will follow when you implement new system or new process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair and CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Good afternoon. I will respond to the questions from Honorable Selepe and Honorable Nonsele as far as the investments are concerned. So what is the current problem, if I may just also give background, members, is that these unlisted investments, as you would recall, members, is that we entered in these investments prior to 2020, and the due diligence was conducted by the PIC. So due to a lot of issues with these investments, there was that party commission that was constituted at the PIC, which has resulted in a lot of recommendations that have, I believe, have since assisted the funds. One was that their governance structures have now been improved. There's a lot of segregation of duties as far as the unlisted investments are concerned. They've also improved their internal controls. So from the fund side, seeing the challenges with these unlisted investments, we then put a hold on further investment in unlisted investments, and that was done in 2021. Now, our challenge is that we are dealing with legacy issues here. Those investments were done, when the governance structures were not, or processes were not tight enough at the time. And as the funds, even compensation fund is also affected by this. We are now sitting with those legacy issues. But what I can indicate to members is that there's been a great traction in this financial year in terms of addressing the AG's finding. AG has always been having an issue with source data that was used to come up with the evaluations and how we have accounted for these instruments in terms of the GRAP standards. So what has happened this year is that PAC has appointed the consultants on behalf of the two funds. They've gone to these companies to verify the source data. So for the UIF, we had about 40 instruments or these unlisted investments. And we are now, for the current year, we are left with 37. We've exited the other 3. So we believe that with the work that has been done with by the PAC to verify the source data, this audit qualification will be resolved. We are in touch with AG. We are working very closely with AG with all the steps that we are taking to resolve this matter. We are working with them to ensure that we are on the same page. So going forward, how do we stop being heavily reliant on the PIC? As you know, members, that we are currently engaged in a restructuring process where PwC has come up with a proposed structure. The GTEC is also working with us when it comes to unbundling and looking at the structures. So there is a proposed fully fledged structure that has been proposed for investments, which will enable us to do all this work. Currently, unfortunately, we still have to work with the PIC and get consultants to assist us until we get a fully fledged structure. But as far as this qualification, we really believe that there's a lot of work that has been done, and AG will be satisfied with the work that has been done. There was also another question, Honorable Nonsele, around the non-SARS contributions as to what is the next step now that the initial application for exemption was not approved by the Minister of Finance. We have since appealed that decision and we were supported by our own minister in that appeal. The process is with the Minister of Finance now. We are working with the National Treasury. We were referred to work with National Treasury Technical Committee. We have since met. They've recommended that we update or review our accounting policy, which will allow us to to recognize our revenue in terms of cash basis. So the challenge here, members, if I may just break it down, it's how we are recognizing our revenue when it comes to contributions. So more than 98% of our revenue is collected by SARS. So SARS had applied for an exemption and departing from the GRAP standards in that they are not able to report on accrual basis. So they were then given that exemption. We followed through as well with our own exemption for the remaining 2% that we're currently collecting. And that's where we face challenges. So we are appealing to the Minister of Finance. We have met with National Treasury, who has since then, recommended that we update our accounting policy, of which we have done so and send it back to them. We are also in engagement with our Auditor General to ensure that by the time that that submission, because there's that technical team at National Treasury that involves National AGSA, so that they are also on the same page with how we are dealing with this matter. So we are positive members that with our engagements with the technical team at National Treasury, who's also supporting the decision for that exemption, that we will get a positive response from the Minister of Finance. The deadline that was given was initially end of April. We've since made follow-ups. We were told that they are in engagement. We will get a response at least not later than the end of May. So we are positive members that we are getting a hearing from the National Treasury, which would also influence the decision that will be taken by the Minister of Finance. So that was the qualification on the non-SARS contributions. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you, CDLEP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In the interest of time, it suffice to say all protocol observed. There were 3 questions to labor activation program. On unemployed graduates, in this current financial year, Chairperson and members, we have a target of 200,000. The unemployed graduates are encouraged to register in AGSA system. This is the system where job seekers register. Is the system that we are using to recruit those that are going to be deployed into employment. There was also another question talking to monitoring. How are we going to improve monitoring of projects? UIF Corporate Services is currently assisting labor activation program in recruiting 143 additional officials to assist us. They are going to be deployed in various provinces. There was another question about how are we going to avoid recurrence of previous audit findings. Regarding the score sheets that were missing, the improvement that has been introduced by ICT team, it's an automated process. So we are no longer going to have a challenge of score sheets that have been missing. And again, UIF has appointed 2 additional accountants to assist labor activation program in improving on financial accountability and also audit outcomes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you. And our last one is corporate services on our total capacitating of the fund.
Can't hear anything.
Yes, Chair. I think he is trying to unmute, but I can see on the system that he seems to be struggling with the system. Mr. Matabela, are you able to proceed? Okay, if not, Chair, I'll just take that. As CDLAP has indicated, we've started with increasing capacity throughout the fund on all our delivery points, starting with LAP itself, and then all the way to the CFO and every single area where we have identified capacity issues. CFO has indicated that we have, for the investment side, identified the need to have investment as a standalone area of focus, given the value and the complexity of transactions taking place there. Minister has already signed that we have, we start the structure that will then house what will essentially be the Chief Investment Office of the UIF, dealing with all aspects of investments from strategy up to monitoring of transactions and dealing with whatever ad hoc issues may arise in between. And we are doing the same for all the areas within the fund to reduce reliance on external services, but also to start building internal capacity to have a vibrant fund that is able to deliver to its full mandate. I would like to also just indicate, Chairperson, that as the committee had correctly raised the concerns around the systems and TERS, that my colleagues have already indicated that all of these are historic. Right now, if you do try to make a fraudulent claim within the fund, there are ways and means that that claim will be caught up in the system. There may be people that would make a claim, purport that they are sick while they are working, and then another employer will declare them. We will pick those up, and when we pick it up, we will just decently send you a letter that you do owe UIF. If you do not pay the day that you need UIF services and you come to us, we will set off your claim against what is owed to the fund. And we do that to safeguard the funds. And those are the systems that we have now in place for our ordinary benefits. The big lesson from COVID was that we need to build a fund that is resilient to when challenges of that magnitude come about. And it's something that we are engaging ourselves in the fund about. We have challenged even NEDLEC that we have a focused discussion on as a resilience fund and as a resilience approach, so that should a COVID hit again, in the midst of the pressure to deliver and deliver fast, we don't find ourselves 5 years down the line still dealing with those repercussions. And we know that in this day and age, the occurrence of disaster, the frequency of occurrence has just increased dramatically. So we are trying to have that discussion with NEDLEC so that we're not caught again on the same matter. And then I think the rest the colleagues have dealt with, Chairperson, and for that we would like to stand down as the UIF. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, the CF.
Thank you, Chairperson. All protocol observed. Just quickly, I think the CFO will address Honorable Mokwele's answers, and then I will take Honorable Nonsele's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Greetings once more, Chairperson. All protocol observed. Yes, Chairperson. So, Honorable Mokwele was saying that the legacy of unaccounted for finances will no longer be acceptable. To just be talked about, there must be tracking and tracing of this fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we report. Yes, Chair, I would like to confirm that this has been done. Yes, so we follow a process of performing a determination in terms of National Treasury Instruction number 4 of 22-23. There's a framework for all reported cases on fruitless irregular expenditure. We make a determination of whether it was classified correctly. Assessment determination of whether the controls, was it due to breakdown in controls, was it due to fraud, was the value for money, and so and retrieving the documents in performing that. So when you talk about legacy cases that are affected by lack of supporting documents, this is also part of that. And our project plan works out completion of these cases, I think to the extent of 90% inside 30 March. We'll assess where we are right now, but there has been substantial progress. I think if I can just mention that what we discover from these legacy cases as we work through them, you find that some of them are just taken from audit findings, and they resulted in incorrect recognition of fruitless and irregular expenditure onto the register. We make submission for removal of such. Some of them, they were leases without contract, but we understand back then there would have been public works that was entering on behalf of department leases, and those are cleared because at the time of audit, the auditee, which is us, did not provide the Auditor General with the lease contract in the circumstances where we are not a initial lessee. So these matters are being addressed, but retrieving documents, interviewing people, consulting with Dell in some instances, they take a bit of time, but we do get to them. Some of them are sheriff costs, obviously garnishes and all that, but we look to the root cause of what went wrong, why delay in payment of a certain claim, and so on. But we do commit to that, and we understand the tone of the committee, and we are also prioritizing these cases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I will address Honorable Nonsele's questions. The first one thank you, first of all, on the observations of the audit action plan. We appreciate the positive comments, but we do know as management that we need to commit and produce actionable and measurable outcomes. Just quickly, I think you did emphasize in question 1 the acceleration of overdue actions, and the focus was on compensation benefits and statutory receivables. I do agree with you. In terms of statutory receivables, for the overdue actions there, what we're trying to do to catch up is, I think as the CFO presented in the one slide on that register of unsupported legacy balances and, inaccessible legacy systems, we're doing that certification so we can get condonement there. And there's also segregation of unsupported balances that we're looking at in terms of accounting treatment, and we've also implemented debt collection. In terms of compensation benefits, the overdue actions there and the actions to catch up is that we are submitting portfolios of evidence from provinces. We are strengthening our SOP compliance, and we're also trying to improve, especially with current claims, the claim classification and calculation controls, especially on our benefit schedules. And just in, to just state that the escalation also is what we're trying to do is we're trying to do tighter monthly monitoring so that we can have evidence-based closures and, have closer accountability also from all chief directors on their due dates and deliverables. The second question pertained to our legacy data issues and the risk of ongoing contamination, which I think we did highlight in the presentation and focused quite a bit on that. So just to briefly then state, because of time, is that we do have a structured reconstruction and segregated approach. I refer again to the slide, with the columns and rows there that does show you how we are trying to identify balances that are affected by obsolete or inaccessible legacy systems. And also, the ICT systems that maybe we have loss of, the historical systems such as ICM and Umetluku, and we need to maintain this register of unsupported balances. But most of all, I think what we're also trying to demonstrate there is to AG and to the Accountant General Treasury is that we can provide assurance over the completeness and reliability, through our reconciliation processes and our supporting schedules that is defined by proposed accounting treatments for each affected balance. The third question related to the long timelines. I think you questioned that one and and rightfully expressed concerns on the 2027 action timelines and beyond, and you asked about interim measures. So we are giving you assurances that we have implemented in certain instances interim controls so we can reduce exposure in our current period. What are those interim controls? They are monthly reconciliations and reviews, strengthened registers for commitments and contingencies, some data cleansing, although not as intensive as we require in terms of legacy data, and also actuarial engagements. And we also want to give assurances, as you've seen in the MI presentation, that we have enhanced controls. We no more reactive in terms of intercepted payments and fraud. We have those preventative controls, which is biometrics and the account verification system. The fourth question related to the capacity constraints within our anti-corruption and integrity management and our ICT department. So what we just want to say in terms of those human resources there, we just want to stress to you that we have working on a recruitment plan there. And we do understand, that we should be focusing on capacitating those directorates in particular. But we are working on strengthening also our investigation capability in that we're working quite closely with the Fusion Center. And in terms of ICT also, there is a proposed structure, especially in the unbundling process, to support the ICT requirements of the fund, which I think Honorable Mokwele touched on in terms of, do the systems and the structure support the requirements of the fund? And then the last question, I think, is how are we ensuring ongoing and effective management with the Auditor General and the PIC? I think I don't want to duplicate the answer, especially in the PIC. The CFO of UIF did demonstrate that quite in detail, and we're working together with the UIF on that. But with AGSA, we can assure you that we just completed our interim audit with AGSA. We are continuously engaging with them, and we are providing also some reports and proposals. And that engagement is making sure that, in terms of technical discussions, reconciliations, and reasonable assessment processes, we have some kind of, common understanding and buy-in from those stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you to the Compensation Fund. Honorable members, I think there's been an attempt to really go in detail to respond to your questions, and in a way quite informative. Of course, there are those areas that we may need to emphasize as we try and wrap up the session. I just want to check at this point if there's any particular point, if the ATG is still on the platform. The Deputy Minister indicated, as I said earlier, the challenges with the connectivity where he is, and therefore may not be getting back to speak. So I'm just checking because we still have that gadget that is in numerals instead of the name. So I want to know who this person is in this regard. So may I just check if the ATG is on the platform?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I am in the meeting and following the proceedings, and I just want to indicate that the colleagues have responded comprehensively to the issues that I've raised. And I just wanted to indicate that we will also provide a written report, as the CIO indicated, around the SEP. So that one is still going through our own internal processes. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, ATG. Honorable members, as we get to wrap up on the item, because the Other items, we have brought them forward, given the time that was available, which included approval of minutes in a way done with the committee once. And I know that we may also be looking at joining other meetings of parliament as organized for the day. But I think it's, it's important as we move towards closure that having received the presentations, we do look at the strides made by the department in responding to AGSA findings. So we note that, of course, however, the matter of the ICT needs further engagement through a detailed report which talks to historical, the consequence management, and of course, the way forward to eradicate reoccurrence. So that will then speak more to the SAP question. Of course, from the side of the SCE, again, the SCE needs to be supported to be able to have internal capacity that sustains processes, procedures, and the systems post the period where an external service provider would have been brought in to deal with the AGSA findings. And I think the work remains commendable, as Honorable Maetso would have said, looking at the constrained environment under which they operate. Of course, the response by UIF to the AGSA, again, and the reforms thereof to reposition UIF are also supported. This includes swift action, as we would have seen also in the news yesterday, with regard to working with law enforcement agencies so that those that may have benefited unduly, like in tears and so on, during COVID, as we follow the money, that they are tackled by law enforcement agencies, and where money could be recouped, that is done so swiftly. Of course, also the point of building internal capacity, especially as it relates to how they look at the future of investments and how they need to work with the PIC, because it will take a UIF that has got internal capacity in terms of qualified people who are able to look at investments, not purely from a finance point of view, but also the economics of it, in a way that they would not only rely on what the PIC would put, but they can also affirm that the investments that are done, indeed, there will be returns on those investments. Of course, as it relates to the labor activation program, I'm sure the honorable members did hear that on the issue of unemployed graduates, on the issue of graduates, that the 200, am I audible? I see that Honorable Mukwili says not. I thought I am. All right. On the part, it would appear, Honorable Mukwili, that maybe the problem is on your side. I hope now you can hear that the 200,000 opportunities for unemployed graduates must be widely advertised to ensure transparency and wider reach. Of course, with clear milestones on actual onboarding of the people, given that the first quarter of the financial year is almost getting to an end already. And I'm emphasizing this point because once you have those numbers, they make impact when you are able to deliver in a short space of time, so that that is also seen as an appropriate response given the statistics we continue to deal with in terms of whether there's increase or decrease in the unemployment rate in the country. So I thought it's important that we look at that. Of course, the CF commitments and progress made this fine addressing both the audit findings, consequence management. I've seen in that report that there are also disciplinary measures taken against officials, whilst you also work with the Fusion Center to deal with the criminal aspect of it. I think that is really notable, including how you've really looked at material irregularities. Of course, we know that it's work in progress as you continue to engage with the AGSA to either affirm or recommend areas of improvement in addressing these matters. And therefore recommend speedy implementation of all plans in place, in particular to eradicate historical disclaimers, whilst digitizing to prevent reoccurrence. I think the point that may have been left out, which you may need probably to give that in writing, because as we closed last time, we have indicated.
Chair, my apologies, Chair. I can't hear you. I don't know if it's only me or other people. I just see you murmuring. I can't hear anything. I don't know if it's my gadget or any other person can't hear.
We can all hear very clearly.
Yes, that's why, Honorable Mokwele, I would have said it's probably on your side. I did get an indication when you made that first indication from Honorable Slepe that I'm actually audible. So I suspected that it may be the challenges that you raised, and surely they have nothing to do with Botswana. Now that you're using their network, as you said, but clearly just your gadget may be having a problem. So I want to then, as I said, conclude on 2 points. One being that I was referring to the Supreme Court of Appeals case that we asked that we get to know the actual findings, but more importantly, to know whether there's a plan to implement or it is a matter that is considered for review. That's very important because there are articles out there, amongst others, as I said, COSATU has put up an issue in support, and that these are matters that they would have raised. So we need to also be seen to be taking the matter quite seriously, so that if the matter is already being addressed, at least we can also communicate that point with confidence. That yes, these matters may be raised because it is a case that has been also coming for a particular time, for years, so to say, and therefore resolved at this point at the appeals level. And it may be that the material conditions have changed as we continue to do the oversight work, and you yourselves working with the Fusion Center and all other people. I think that's important to at least close on that matter to help us communicate properly. So if we can get that. The last point being that the ministry and Dell should prepare a report working with UIF, CF, and PIC on the investments, especially unlisted investments that are proving to be risky. This may then also necessitate that as we will be looking at the program for the next term, that we prioritize such a meeting so that these improvements that are talked about can also be discussed openly and transparently, but also give confidence that UIF and the compensation fund are actually deploying the resources in a way where there's really a return on investment. And I'm taking advantage that from the responses of the CF was that the explanations given by the UIF are almost the same on their part because they are working together. So that makes it quite easy. So I'm also addressing in a nutshell even concerns that members would have been raising individually or collectively in the meeting about such use of assets in a way that also makes these funds to be going concerns going into the future. So that's how I would want to summarize honorable members, as I thank you for your participation, and we take it that we would be able to do better as we get to the debate and highlighting some of the things that we have raised even in the report that we have just adopted this morning. Therefore, the meeting, as we get close, I take it that Mr. Sagasa, there's no other item that I'm leaving behind.
No, Chair, there's no other item at all on the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, honorable members, the meeting stays adjourned now officially. So we have concluded the business of the meeting. Okay. Thank you.
That was a long one.
Thank
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.